And I also want to thank Jerry. He's not here, but the crew. The Broad Street is just beautiful. I mean, what a job they did in a short amount of time. No more bumps, especially right by the Center for the Arts.
Yeah.
I always dodge it every morning. I was like, oh, you don't have to do that anymore. So,
Straight through.
yeah, so thank you, Jerry. I know he's not here, but that's all I have. Mayor.
Thank you, Mike. Always a pleasure, Larry. Nice to see you, a former councilman. Have a few things. Again, just a reminder, with the tragedy we had last night, you know, these creeks or these roads that we travel in our backyards and our recreation areas all the time, we forget sometimes that those are dry washes, but at any time they could become very dangerous for any one of us. So, you know, it's just a reminder to be aware of the weather around us, you know, in the Pinals to the east, in the Globe area, because those things will come down in a hurry, and unfortunately that's what happened last night. I got a letter and an email. I got a letter from Marilyn Halverson, and it was addressed commending the fire department. And the letter read that they had a gentleman that was doing their front yard, mowing her. She hired somebody to mow her front yard, and apparently he went down because of dehydration. So they treated him. The fire department responded, Glow Fire did. And before they even left, after treating him, a couple of the individuals from the fire department, I was told it was firefighter Murtha and firefighter Amato. They fired up the lawnmower and they finished cleaning the front yard for the lady before they left. So the job was done. So tell them thank you, and they did get letters on that. I also got an email from Victoria Corrala, and it was addressed to John Angulo and Public Works. And what she said, she addressed a fire hazard, which was in the alleyway behind her house, which was city property. And immediately after being addressed, that it was that situation was cleared up. So she was very happy, and she just wanted us to know, the public to know of the service that she got. And then to Glow PD, I want to thank them for their quick response. I left the other day, and I had a malfunction on my alarm system, I guess. They couldn't get a hold of me, but when I got to Florence Junction, I got a call from PD, and they had already checked my house and everything, but it was just a malfunction, so thank you. They responded quickly. Thank you. That's all I have, Paul.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you very much. A couple things. Last week I participated in the ACMA Arizona City County Manager Association. Networked and met with a lot of other city managers and support staff, and had some good presentations. I will tell you that a lot of conversations about PSPRS, and we're leading in that. Review of the legislative updates, and we should be having that on August 13th, but the league did extensive review. A lot of people asked me, how do you get a bridge? I was like, well, you know, so that was cool. And the one thing that was not discussed, which is recycling. There was no formal presentation there, but everybody I talked to, when I said recycling, they're going through some form of trying to deal with the realities of the collapse of the international market for paper, cardboard, plastic, glass, not so bad, but metal's fine. But they all have different solutions that they're trying to do, and the different things going on. I had anticipated having an update for council this meeting on RAD. And the other small businesses trying to come to town, the Recyclops, which would provide private curbside recycling, but with the Hubba getting the agenda together, it didn't make it on this. But we will have an update and kind of a check-in on RAD and other curbside options and recycling options at the August 13th meeting. So we'll be coming back to that. Looking, the Broad Street paving went fairly good. We talked about a week ago, and we finalized it on Wednesday. They came in Sunday night. did all the milling, did all the cleaning, and got the paving down and made it out in time to miss the monsoon last night. They had already moved the barricades a little bit early, so it went well. They brought a lot of assets up here. They brought they had, truck after truck. They had multiple machines. They had a lot of rollers. They really brought the tools up here they needed to do to get it done in a timely fashion. And it's really nice to have I think a 25 and a half hour, closure as opposed to 4 days back and forth with limited, things like that. And so we're another successful, just rip that Band-Aid off and get some new asphalt down. The bad news is they'll be striping, I think, Wednesday morning. I think we got some PSAs out on that. Vince is usually the one to talk about that, but Vince isn't here because I think he's still recovering from the long shift he pulled Sunday, Monday. Let's see what else we have here. I just wanted to give a reminder to everyone that on July 6th at 10 a.m. and July 15th at 6 p.m., the City of Globe will be hosting the community town hall where we're going to look at community. Did I say? Oh, I said. Oh yeah. No, I'm sorry. Scratch that. August.
Like, that's already passed.
Yeah.
All right, August.
Well, at least it's obvious that it's
All right, August 6th
Yeah.
is the 10 a.m.
August 6th, 10 a.m. and August 15th, the 6 p.m. Okay. And we're at this event. We'll call back and email out to anybody who would like to participate, and especially those people who have participated in the last two town halls, to talk about who is interested in participating. I think we've gone through the process of getting feedback. We're hopefully we'll pass our strategic plan tonight, and I think the goal is to see who wants to participate and how, and see if the will is there to participate, and who's got that energy and that spunk to join in. So we'll be advertising that. Hope to have something out before the meeting tonight, but I'll get something out tonight, and we'll do that 2-week hit it hard and let everybody know about it. Get it on Facebook, get it on the website, get the press release out, and I know the media will pick it up. I think they're already informed, and look for that participation. And the last thing, let's see, make sure so as you notice, Shelley's not here. Okay, but Danny Trammell is here to cover. He's managing the clerk duties as well as working the cameras. So we like to wear hats. We like to wear many hats around here in the City of Globe. You might have noticed that we talked about the fact that Jerry's here. He just got back and he's kind of getting back up to speed. So we gave him the night off. Jeannie gave the night off. She's just so happy the budget's done, and so I was going to cover her items. I know Linda's at training. Shelley's actually at election training, so that's something they do, and they got to stay on top of that, because nothing is, as a clerk, is more, it's such a key function. You got to get the elections right. They have massive training. It's so important. If you're clerk and you do one thing right, get the election cycle right, because that's hard to put that back if in the bottle. And so Linda's at ED conference. See who else we're missing. Vince is probably catching up on sleep, and I know that John texted me. We hope to have him here for we get to a couple of the items, but he is setting up barricades on some creeks, and so John Agula.
What's he doing?
He's setting up barricades on some creeks. He didn't tell me which ones. He sounded busy, but so we'll text him when it gets close and see if we can get him in here. But I know his crews are out and about, and I think everybody, public safety, out and about, sounds like too. Mr. Mayor, members of council, that's all I have for you.
Paul, I have a question on the striping. Is that going to cause some closures or anything, or just temporarily?
I think they're going to go early and block that off. Is there anybody? Go ahead.
They're going to go early and do the parking stalls, and then during.
Come on up and
then during.
well, hang on. Just go ahead and start up with the microphone so we get you on tape. Okay.
From my understanding, they're going and doing the parking stalls first, and then during the day, they'll go down the middle of the street with their handy dandy little thing and do the middle lines, the center lines, while traffic is still moving.
Okay.
And then they'll do the crosswalks and all that. They're supposed to do that early in the morning.
Okay, good.
So we're trying to be as less disruptive as possible, but it's parking will be much better once we get those stalls defined and in there. So I know that we were worried about that, but I think weather permitting, I think it'll be dry by the morning.
Should be good. Okay.
Yeah. So
And missed one more announcement, Thursday again, APS is hosting some kind of seminar to try and help customers save money. It's going to be at the train depot, I think. And I think, I don't know the time.
6 p.m.
Is it 6 p.m., train depot? Yeah, I thought it was all day too.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
Yeah,
it was all-
but if people want to participate, they're working with residents on how to save money and
Okay.
on their electric bills.
And what's the
That's
date on that?
Thursday, this Thursday.
This Thursday? Okay. Okay. Good deal. Mr. Mayor, members of council, that's all I have for you.
Thank you. We go to community call to public. This is a time any citizen desiring to speak on a matter that is not scheduled on this agenda may do so at this time. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person, and you'll have to fill out a request to speak card that are located at the back of the building here. This is also a time if you want to speak on an agenda item, that you can participate in the discussion. You can also pull a card. I have one community to speak to the public, and I have 2 that want to speak on item 5B. So we'll call up Dave Hankin. He's a community call.
Mr. Mayor, also members of the council, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've lived in Globe for 25 years. Been a teacher for most of that time, been in radio, everything else, and been part of the community, I believe. And I think one of the things that we need to have is the recycling in the area. I was teaching in San Carlos for about 23 years. I'm now at Globe High Desert Middle School. And it worked in San Carlos. We got kids showing a sense of purpose. They bought into it. They saw protecting the environment, saving what we have, and not just wasting and throwing things away and polluting the oceans and all that. And we started it last year, not a formal club, but we're going to this year at High Desert Middle School now that I'm teaching there. We have... we're going to look to start junior high FBLA, Future Business Leaders of America. That will be one of our community service projects. That is an important one. I think recycling is huge. I mean, there's money to be made in some areas of it with cans and plastic, and the rest of it, you do it because it's the right thing to do. I've been talking to people, spoke to Mr. Jepson. I appreciate him being very friendly and open and honest with me about all of this. I understand people screw up in the community, and it's a shame that they blew it for us. But I also understand if we have an opportunity, myself and others that I've spoken to are willing to pay to have that option on an individual basis, to be able to have curbside recycling, because simply, like I said, it is the right thing to do. And like I said, it's a shame what happened, but I know it can work. The students, like I said, buy in. We're going to start the formal club. The students are asking me, what can they do? Can they twist bottles? Can they crush cans? What can they do? And they're always into it and everything else. So I've spoken to fellow teachers. They're up for the amount that was told to me as the possible for each month to have to pay. I hate throwing things away. I'm keeping all my stuff. If I have to, I take it to Phoenix and dump it in a Target or whatever, where they have little bins and everything, but it's a shame to have to do that. So what I'd like is, before the next meeting, can we put it to the people in some way, whether it be on the PSA or something? Anybody that's interested, please let you guys know. Maybe you can get the number that you need before you can come into the next meeting and saying, hey, we've got all this support. People want this. Let's go ahead and do this because it is the right thing to do. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, we've had conversations, and some of the items that he was referencing are already scheduled to be on the agenda on the 13th. So my apology for the timing issue and not getting that taken care of. But there are some options out there, and I think you've seen some emails, and so we will put that on agenda and talk more about that. But it'll continue to work.
Okay, and you have his contact information. I'd like to have a conversation with him also on that student project here before then, so.
And I might be appearing in his classroom someday soon, too.
Thank you. We go to special presentations and ceremonial matters. Item A, presentation update by the Arizona Department of Transportation of current projects within the city limits of Globe. And we have Kurt Harris from ADOT.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mark. Good evening. Hello. I'm glad to be here. Sorry, Jerry isn't here. He's asked me a while. I'm the new assistant district engineer for ADOT here in Globe. They haven't had the position for a couple of years, so I'm excited to be here. And Jerry asked me just to kind of go over what the projects are going out, and then I'll kind of go off on the Woodbury fire and flooding issues that we're going to try to address. And then I'll be glad to answer questions about temporary pavement and so on. So Let me go through this and then ask her any questions, and I'll do my best to answer them for you. But we have 3 local projects for you all here in the Tri-Cities area. The Oak Street, Hill Street project. We had quite a challenge in that, if you didn't know, and it's actually an escalation because of broken water lines, unknown utilities, which is typical issue in older towns that we're doing projects on, especially with paving, sidewalks. You don't know what's there until you're out there digging them and so on. But that's becoming to finishing here. We're hitting a punch list on. We actually changed the project a little bit to go into the second project, the Broad Street, to help the contractor have a straight line when they're milling and paving, so they don't have to stop and go, and hopefully get a better finished products for you all and the citizens. The Claypool, we're ongoing on that. That's a Healy County project. Contract started April 17th. It ends September 15th. There's 100 working days. There's milling and paving. Again, we're having water line issues. We got to work with Arizona Water, and I'm working with the county right now to resolve those. But same thing, we fill up the pavement, we start milling, and all of a sudden we have a water leak and so on. Just to kind of let you guys know, it's challenging when you're working in here, and Jerry and Public Works, they have their hands full when you got ancient infrastructure. And then jumping to Broad Street that we just did and that we talked about, I'm glad to hear it went really well. Jerry had a workshop, and I think Charlene, you were there, and they were listening to the businesses, and I think Vince, John, and Jerry, they went out with all of their community people and talked to the businesses, and I'm glad to hear they responded and making sure the contractors were smart and where they staged equipment to try to keep businesses open as possible. And I applaud you guys for doing that. Other projects I've been on where the businesses thought, no, you're gonna have to do it, and not close my business for a day or two, and then they go on not just days, but weeks and months. And we've shut down roads like Oak Creek Canyon and had it shut down for literally months so they can go in there and do the whole project. You get a better finished product, it's safer, and just like you mentioned, you pull the Band-Aid off quicker and you get a better result. So that was good. So Broad Street's done. That was a $425,000 contract amount. It's on time. Pavco is, like I said, pulled in a huge amount of resources to do that work. The project ends September 6th, and the mill was 21st, so everything went to plan. They didn't have a rainstorm. That was always a throw of the dice to make sure weather and equipment works with you. You didn't have any major breakdowns. I'll go ahead and talk about the temporary pavement markers that went on. Those are temporary pavement because what happens when you have fresh pavement out, the oils are constantly off-gassing, and when you get pavement on it brings to the surface. So any pavement you do, it gets roughened or obliterated through the oils over time and parking. And you give at least 30-day cure time that we allow those oils to burn up. Arizona, we have that big burning furnace, the sun, and it does a pretty fast job at doing that. Well, then they'll come in and do permanent pavement markers, and then that'll last for multiple years. And again, they'll do it and have to do some type of PSA, work with the businesses to make sure there's no parking in there, do the parking first, then they have the machine doing all the lengthy runs and so on. And that again will be done in September probably. I'm going to go on to the big project we have. I don't know if you heard the news. It's being announced right now is Pinto Creek Bridge. That's about $22 million project. ADOT has done 2 bids on that because the bids hadn't been changed so much depending upon the blasting and the access road. We're working with partnering meetings, going to be next week. We're having communication and a project meeting tomorrow, and that's trying to get everybody on board of the contractor and their subs of the schedule and what the important milestones are. Right now, we have a 60-day review plan to work with the Forest Service on the aesthetics of the access road and how the bridge, once it's removed, how that's going to look in the view shed based on that. So there's a lot of permitting we have to do through the Corps of Engineers, and then it's on Forest Service land. So part of the federal NEPA requirements, the National Environmental Policy Act, we have to make sure we're in compliance with the landowner, which is the Forest Service on this regard. So project looks really good. Fortunately, it's Ames Construction, who are a very good quality contractor in the state of Arizona. They worked with ADOT on numerous bridges that I know of, and they do good quality work. So that's something easy to respond to. Then to let you know as well, this fall with the Pinto Creek, there's another mill and fill project. It's going to go from Superior all the way up to Top of the World at the county line, and we're going to mill out all the road, improve the guardrail, and that whole section's going to get taken care of. It looks pretty bad now because I've told, and we've all told our maintenance guys, lay off it, don't get out of there. It's a very dangerous corridor, as you all know, US 60 through Devil's Canyon. So there's going to be closures from the bridge and from that project. When that's happening, we're going to have our guys go in there overnight, whatever we have to do to remove vegetation, fallen rocks, do some rock scaling, our own maintenance guys that we can do ourselves to try to make that road better and safer as much as possible. But we're kind of holding on that. So if you see complaints and the potholing especially, at the Top of the World area, there's some areas that's looking rough. We're just trying to hold the road together to get us that September, October when that big contract comes through. It'll probably go into winter shutdown, so we got to figure their schedule out on what we're going to do to prepare the road for this winter. That's a big road. Let me give you the details on it if you want. Superior County line, it opens August 2nd. Estimated $11 million. Construction schedule is 205 days, and it's yet to been out to bid. So hopefully we get a good contractor on that. Making sure, and then Mineral Creek Bridge is on 177. That should be a small little job. The problem is the little job they're doing on that is going to affect the traffic control for our detour routes affecting Pinto Creek and this Superior County line job. So we're going to try to do everything we can to make sure the traffic control of all those projects blend in with the Gila River Bridge out near Winkleman, which just was awarded to Sunt Contracting, another good one. It's a substandard bridge, but that's mostly deck replacement with some pier improvements. Any questions on that, or I'll go right into the Woodbury fire?
I do have a question about the 200 plus days of paving from Superior to Top of the World. So when you say road closures, of course, there's a lot of people that travel to the valley every day. Tell us about that so we know what.
Yeah, those will be, they'll be worked out with, once the bridge, the contract's been awarded on that schedule. And the biggest issue that I'm going to have with my resident engineer is to making sure they line up whatever Pinto Creek is doing. So we're not going to stop traffic at Pinto Creek and then have them stop at that project. It'll be one specific closure. So those are just the closures. Now there's going to also be flagging operations because of the canyon, going through the canyon. It's our experience that what we'll do is we'll have vehicles, escort vehicles that'll take the traffic up and down with DPS and so on. And those will be posted and announced. When we're milling and we're doing non-pavement issues that aren't temperature related, we'll do those at night and try, because that's when the traffic volumes drop down immensely. And then we already have a plan to reach out to the mines, the trucking industry. It goes out to the interstate trucking industry to let them know what our plans or schedules are to allow them to detours. We'll have the dynamic boards lit up to allow people to know, hey, these are the temporary delays. Might want to look at taking 177, 77 alternative routes. And that's what the big issue is with Mineral Creek and Gila River Bridge too. It seems like all these projects tend to come at the one time. They need to get done, but we're going to do our best to make sure we're balancing that so the traveling public has options on alternatives. And there'll be plenty of announcements in paper, radio, social media, what have you, to let people know about the challenges.
So do we know at this point if the closures are going to be at night, or are there going to be actual road closed down, can't get?
Closures are going to be
Okay.
mostly for blasting, and blasting can't occur at night because of the hazards associated with that. They've tried in the past. They've had some close calls, so my understanding, they have to be done in the daytime. That doesn't mean we can't do it at first light or at the end of the day and try to get off the bell curve of where the high traffic volumes are on that road. And then pavement, we're stuck to temperature. So temperature is dependent on light. If it's during the summer, based upon what the paving schedule is, we can do those at night, but we have to have the minimal pavement temperatures. Typically, the higher you want it, that's why we delayed this project on Broad Seat. And the other one on, the Oak Street and Hill Street, we delayed those because we had those late snowstorms in May and so on. So in order to get a higher quality product, we thought it was the best idea with Globe's input to delay that, just so we can make sure we have those overnight good temperatures so the pavement's going to last 20 years or whatever the expected lifespan on that. So those are those constant dynamics. We're constantly balanced to making sure the general public gets what they're expecting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mike?
Kurt, the new Pinot Bridge, in reference to the existing bridge, where's that going to be?
It's going to be in the same alignment.
Oh, it is?
Yes. So what they've got to do is they're going to keep traffic on the existing bridge, and they'll build everything up to it and build half of the other bridge, and then they take out half of the other one and put the traffic on both until the new bridge is built. So it'll be within the same footprint, not the exact, but in the same alignment. They're not going to do any more blasting. I think there's going to be some more blasting on the east abutments, only just to open up the road since it's such a narrow in there as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, and the old bridge had to go through a lot of environmental review because it's considered a historic steel bridge. It's the same thing we're going to have to do with the Queen Creek Bridge, which is planned in like 2022 or something. And I've just been given the head. I wrote up a cost estimate and got Superior Town Council approval to extend a passing lane from Superior. You know how the passing lane starts right before the tunnel? We want to extend that coming from the 2 lanes right out of Superior to prevent people racing to pass slower trucks and so on, to try to keep that corridor as safe as possible. And by the way, we're looking at different guardrail techniques that'll save our guys time, that are easy to repair, that keep getting hit because of the accidents and all that. And I'm also trying to get Geotech to come and look to see what we can do to improve rockfall within the canyon and Salt River Canyon and so on. So we're doing our best we can to try to get as many projects in here to get the roads open and as safe as possible. Now, I hope I'm not boring everybody too long. I'm sorry. Everybody's awake? Yeah. Oh, wait, you're back. Oh, no, she's awake. She's awake. Okay. So the Apache Trail, Woodbury Fire, that's officially the type, 1 went to a type 3. We own the road now back again. The Forest Service is giving it back to ADOT with my crews in Roosevelt. I'm formulating a plan, just reviewed the BAER report, the Burn Area Emergency Report, and all the hydraulic studies. With some risk and all this, that's why we're building up the road, doing everything we can. We're going to look to tighten up the closures to get the Apache Marina open. We have one homeowner in there that's going to have to be stuck, but she's right next to our camp. We got to get her to sign a hold harmless agreement. There's some stuff I have to do, and we're going to try to get that open. It's not going to be open all the way through because there's 8 miles in there that look really bad from the report on the post-burn. They look at what was the hydraulics, the coefficients in the watersheds before the fire and then after the fire. And we can kind of deal with the ones between Roosevelt to Apache, Lake Marina, as long as we do enough prepping, and we're going to do alert to the users in there, but we're going to do our best we can to keep the businesses open and get that in there. We got a conference call tomorrow morning with the Forest Service, Maricopa County Sheriff's, flood control districts, and so on. So I thought I'd share that with you too about what ADOT's trying to do locally to get the roads open as much as possible and save the businesses. And we're going to do our best we can on these flooding issues as well. We're bringing our equipment. You know, we call the white season, the snow season, and the black season our pavement. Well, now we get kind of restricted because of the fire. So we're getting our equipment all up and ready to work for potential flash flooding, anything it cuts as our road, and so on, to keep roads open and allow people to go about their business. But thank you, Mayor, for bringing it up. It's a very dangerous time. You know, if you're from Arizona, you should know better of getting anywhere awash when there's dark skies. That's all I've got.
I got a quick question.
Yes, sir.
On that improvement that you made on Highway 60, and I'm talking specifically from about where Discount Tire is, top of that hill, down to about 188. When you guys scaled that back and then put the sidewalks in and fixed all that, you had a drainage ditch in there, but over time it's filled with sediment. So now when stuff comes off the hill, it's rolling into the street and rolling onto the sidewalks. So I didn't know if you had a schedule or anything on the works to get that reach.
Yeah, we call that cut cleaning, and typically we do that to allow more capacity for rocks to enter and mostly rain to come into it. But I can mention it to our supervisor for them to come in there as well. You know, it's timing and vegetation. I got to talk to them. I don't know the area really well. Sometimes they hesitate on that because there might be some other issue, utilities that I'm not aware. But yeah, that's a typical thing. Like right now, we had to work in Salt River Canyon. We actually have to replace some barrier wall that got damaged by boulders. And it's dangerous work because you're in there ditch cleaning and you're undermining, other rocks can come down. But that tells everybody in the audience, you know, you drive at your own risk when you're driving in these canyons because rocks are trying to get to the river and go to Mexico, you know, probably without a visa. But so, it's dangerous, and we have lots of road cuts in here as well. But yes, sir, that's part of our operations where we have to clean the ditches out. We usually want a 6-to-1 slope from the shoulder, and that's so errant vehicles leaving the road, if there's not a guardrail, they have a chance to get back on the road or still keep their guard. So there's a lot of standards that we try to do in that. But I'll mention that to them about cut cleaning here in town.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
I have one short question, just an observation question. It just seems I drive Superior Road all the time, many, many years, and this year seems to be that there's more guardrail damage that we have seen in decades. Are they hitting those guardrails?
Dude, they're tearing them up. As soon as we fix them, they get busted again. We have to go to the MASH standard. It's a new standard put out by AASHTO and the feds. And some of those end treatments are $30,000 to $60,000 each. So those in those areas that are getting high hits, we're going to change those out to more like you'll see in Phoenix. And that should be able that we can pull in, hook our truck to it, pull them out because they telescope in and out. Then you put these inserts in them and they still meet mass standard, but they're more for urban hits. And you only use those on urban's off routes because they get striked and hit all the time. We're finding the numbers are similar to what you see in the valley, so we're going to actually try that here. That's a continual improvement process that I brought up with my superintendent. So we're going to try to look at different things, save money, but more importantly, get our guys on and off the road so there's less traffic control. Because you have to understand, Mayor, anytime we do anything in there, the traffic control has to go up and out through the whole canyon, not just a little close because it's all line of sight. And with the ADTs, or the average daily traffic count. So it's a dangerous canyon, people race in there. That's one of the motivations why we want to get that passing lane on the uphill side. You know, I'm going to do everything we can to try to get more rock scaling in there. But, you know, the sad truth is that we have these accidents, and you can get RSAs, these regional safety traffic analysis, that are all hinged on not people hitting guardrail and driving off, but they're on fatalities. And it's a national standard. Until people die, we can't get highway safety federal funds to help us improve intersections and roads as well. So yeah, they work. The guardrails, or people are driving away and they're not stopping, but people aren't dying. But it's not helping us because it's costing me more money that I can't put into the pavement that I got to spend on the guardrail. And then the traveling public, they don't care. They don't know. It's still, why are they stopping me in traffic? And if we're just fixing guardrail and we're not fixing the pavement or the pothole, it's all comes to criticism on us thinking we're lazy or something. So challenges are there. We're here to meet it. We're here to hopefully, work with you guys, and we're going to do the best we can.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Kurt, two quick questions. Number one, what is traffic count going through there from Superior to here, like at the Bindle Creek Bridge?
There's an annual average traffic count, and then there's an average daily traffic count. And from Superior to there, off the top of my head, it's in like 10,000 or something like that. It's
day?
very high. Yes.
10,000 per day.
That's what I remember. Don't quote me on that. I could look that up if you want it.
No, I'm good with the top of the head.
Yeah, and then they did, I just looked at another report because of the traffic load and the issues with Apache Trail, that they were looking at a whole different alternative analysis of taking another alignment to get it out of the canyon because of the traffic counts, the speeds, and the amount of trucking traffic with residential vehicles and all these safety projects. You try to remove truckers away from residential vehicles.
And then, well, thank you for that. The other question, and just kind of correct me if I'm wrong, there's no, John's not here. My understanding on the Broad Street, when they mill or they pave over the manholes, they take the top of the manhole, they put a plate down, and then we have to go back and expose those sewer manholes. Is that?
Oh, that should be part of our project.
Is that, okay,
But usually what you do is you isolate them, and then you actually take them down, and there's concrete rings on water risers as well.
Yeah.
And you got to take those all out and re-pour them.
Okay, I think that's what we're, well, whatever that is, because you're not a public works guy, but I think we're doing an overtime crew this Sunday to get all of those done, so that we're not tearing up the street during the business hours, and have a crew just dedicated to do that so they can do it much faster. Like I say, John and Jared aren't here to explain that, but we did talk about having that done and just get about 9 people out there and just do them all in one day. So that's something, again, trying to look out for the impact to local business and just pull that Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
So.
And a big thing Jerry kind of told me, they've been doing this for 7 years. I'm sure you council members know that. So it's really a utility improvement project, and we're just the asphalt, the top of the layer of the cake, so.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yep.
Thank you, Kurt.
All right, you're welcome. Glad to come back anytime.
Thank you.
Next, we have presentation direction from council on how to move forward with creation and appointment of members of city boards, commissions, committees, and historical preservation committee for fiscal year 2019-2020. Paul?
Yep, that's it. Mr. Mayor, members of council, the genesis of this presentation is one, to get clear direction from council. We talked about doing the creation of the arts committee, and that would be a council committee. At the same time, we're looking at this with a new budget cycle. We're looking at some other things. So I thought we'd do initial presentation, get direction, so we can get ready and bring back what we need to bring back on the 13th. So I wanted to start that process because I promised Councilwoman Giles it was a request at the future agenda items, and so I want to make sure we get this right. Just a quick rehash. The boards, committees, commissions. The mayor, with the approval of the council, create such boards, committees, and commissions, standing or special, as deemed necessary. Consists as many members as you desire. Perform such duties as council may require. And shall exist at the pleasure of council. All such boards, committees, commissions shall be subject to the City of Globe Boards, Committees, Commission adopted policy, which was in the packet and as adopted by council. That's just a brief overview. Some of the important parts of that policy. The membership, every regular member of the board, committee, or commission shall be appointed by the mayor and approved by the council. Term of office, we're on a 3-year rotating term from a January 1 to December 31st, and they're staggered terms. And then new committees, we're getting into the meat of this. Council may create, regulate, or terminate all boards, committee, commissions. All boards, committee, commissions serve at the pleasure of council. So give the word, and we can bring that back and create that. But it's the process. We'll get to the the process. So in just examples of what we have right now, we have planning and zoning, we have library committee, tree committee, parks and recreation, water advisory board, water advisory committee. Both, I think the tree committee and the water advisory committee are not active right now. Parks and Rec is, the library is. And so Council Commission, the Globe Preservation Advisory Commission, that we call the Globe Historical Committee. Again, they're an advisory group to mayor and council on design and alterations to buildings in the historical district, 5 to 9 members, appointed by mayor, approved by council, 3-year staggered terms, and maybe removed for the cause or lack of attendance. It's a little bit different. They're a little bit stricter on removing people on the historical commission. Membership qualifications, and so you have a list of qualifications, just a little bit overview here. They need to show that they have knowledge and experience in historical, in the community and historical preservation. At least one member, hopefully, when feasible is how the policy, the code is stated. And this is in the planning and zoning sections, section 14 of council. That one member be architect or architectural designer with some experience, that one member be a licensed contractor, that one member be a member of the Historical Society, and one member shall be owner of a designated historical structure. At least half the members of the commission need to reside in the city. This is different than the rest. All of the other ones need to be, the full body needs to be electorate of the city, but with this one, it's half the members. And then the mayor, you are ex officio on historical commission, and can appoint somebody if you need to. So this is one of the other ones that I think we may have some assignments to do. So meat and potatoes, here's what I'm looking for from council. Direction from council. Are there any, I'm assuming, but like to get it, are there any additional, the creation of new boards, committee, commissions? I'm assuming that we'd like to create that arts commission. And so I put that, the direction of council. I think it's just nod of the heads will work. And so I see one nod, and 2 going on 3, a little bit to the mayor. I think we're good. So we got 4. All right, so we will bring that back on the 13th. Now, here's the question. To the process to appointing members to the new boards, committee, and commission, we don't want to just throw this on the agenda and then surprise it on the mayor and council. How does the council want to go about seeking these members? Do you want staff to do any research? Do you as a body want to reach out as individual members? You want to try to share? Mayor, would you like to have council give you recommendations? Would you like to go and do you want to put something out and ask people to apply? That's kind of looking for. Really?
Yes.
All the above?
Well, in particular, to put it out there to who is interested in this, because there's several in the community that we know are interested in it, but there's folks that we don't have a clue would be interested in and probably have a lot of training in this. So yeah, I'd like to see it put out to the public at large.
Okay, so we're gonna advertise for these possible members, and then any other outreach. Does council want to, Mayor, would you like to have council members come to you with recommendations?
I would like to get input from the council and also from many, like the Historic Society or Preservation Committee. I think I need to touch base with them and see where they're at with that also. Because I don't know if we have members that are going to expire in that board.
Well, no, this would be, in this, we're talking about the new committee.
The arts.
Yeah, so the only one that I'm hearing, unless council wants, this would be specifically for the new committee, the Arts Committee. And so Mayor, on the Arts Committee,
I would like to see Freddie, since he's the representative of the Center of the Arts, and get some of their input as to members that they'd want to see on the Arts Commission. I think it's important that we get their input from it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I'd be more than happy to address that at the next board meeting.
Couldn't you do a combination of it, like put out a notice to anybody who wants to apply? Because we don't know everybody, and that doesn't mean there's not talent out there that would be willing to serve.
Okay, so we'll advertise it on the website, we'll put it on Facebook, and then encourage council members to bring forward, and then Councilman Rios will reach out. Now, will you have attended a meeting for the Center for the Arts prior to the 13th?
I don't
Molly
believe
says
so.
yes.
Oh, that's right. It's the first week of every month.
First Monday.
The first month, yes.
Okay, so the
Yes.
5th.
I'm already thinking 13th of this month. I was like, no, that ain't gonna work.
I'm still in July.
You kind of caught me. You started this.
At least I'm not in January usually.
Yes,
July,
our meetings are the first week of every month.
So then you should have one August 5th, I'm thinking.
Yes.
And so then you can look for people who want to participate there. Okay. So we will do all three. We'll advertise, we'll encourage council to find members, and then find it through the Center for the Arts.
I think just a recommendation, since we're having our public outreach
Yes,
on
on the 6th.
the 6th, maybe that can be relayed to those members as well, the public.
Second meeting won't make ours, though, I don't think. First one will.
Well,
Well, and we'll,
out of two. I mean,
yeah, we can start blasting and word of mouth.
Right.
We'll get with the media.
With the formation of an arts commission, is that restricted to City of Globe residents, or is it community-wide?
Yes, no, it's restricted to the electorate of the city. And that's per council approved policy. If you'd like to modify that, we can bring forward something that would say, that you can, I mean, they modified historical preservation, so, so it can be adjusted by council. It's a council policy, and a council policy can be modified by council. And so I don't know what the discussion is on the thoughts of the.
you got an arts community in Miami. I mean,
There might be some talent that we may be able to capture
Right.
outside our city limits, with some individuals.
So why don't we think about, a 3/4, 1/4, or a half and half?
Well, and are we thinking 5 or 7 members? Or you want to do,
Why don't we wait and see? I mean,
to
yeah,
apply?
yeah.
kind of response we
If you put 7 members out there and you only get 4 that want to do it, then you're kind of.
yeah, just don't do 3 because you can't talk without being a quorum. Okay. Then let's agendize the creation with a possible modification if, when you get to it, if you find somebody that you really want to put on there that does not reside.
So a question on the Arts Commission. So this would be a strictly advisory board anyways, right?
Right. All of these are advisory, but it'd be a standing advisory that would have a staff liaison, and we'll have to assign that person. And where questions come forward, and they can look a lot like the library committee. Although I don't know, the library committee is very, very active. If we could get that kind of activity, that'd be great. Now they will come forward with ideas and suggestions, and usually they involve money. But I think we need to get our feedback from the community as to if we haven't or want to spend money or want to do things, low-hanging fruit, things we can do with just through volunteerism or through grant applications, whatever. They'll beat the bushes looking for ideas of how we can improve and enhance and support art in the city of Globe. And so that would be a good thing. And we know we already have some people out there that do that already. And so formalizing that and having that group to the city would be a positive. So we'll do all 3 in the advertising, and then also agendize it for the 13th. And as we get closer, let's see how many applicants we have. If we don't have enough going, we can either go and do a partial, or we can move it back. But let's as we get closer, we'll see how many people we have, how many names on the table.
On one of the boards that I serve on, you can have as few as 7 up to 11, but it has to be an odd number.
Yeah, I think odd number is the primary concern. I think we have this policy allows for it doesn't really restrict the number, but I think anything under 5 is you get quorum issues. Anything, depending, I think anything over 9 gets kind of hard to wield and things. So, but that's, I'd say what kind of interest you have and see how many people. If you're sitting at 7 slots and there are 8 people applying, maybe you try to get one more, and get it to 9. And then the application for membership is in the packet also, and I think that's a standard application. I think we're good there. Okay, so that gives me clear direction, gives staff clear direction as how to move forward and get this done, because that's our goal here. Now, the process to appoint members to existing boards, committees, commissions, what I'd like to do is actually sit and get a document together that shows all of those people who are have been there, who, if any, need to be either re-upped or reassigned, and go through that and find out exactly. So at that same time that we create the Arts Commission, I'd like to bring forward a list or share with council. And we might be able to do that ahead of time, and then we can start looking for applicants. But I would think we want to let council know what the other vacancies are, have that discussion, and go forward. And that includes, I believe, we have not some vacancies, but some terms that are about to expire. And that's what we want to be careful about. So, and then the other,
Paul, is there term limits, or is there no term?
They're in a three, so their terms are 3 years, and they're on a staggered term. But I think we have a couple of vacancies and some people who, just to clarify that. But I do believe last time I talked to Shelley, we had some people that, and it may just be that those people want to continue. It's a reappointment. There's nothing wrong with that either.
So, but are there term limits or no?
No, term limits, no. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the limit part. No, we're not. If you want to serve, we will let you. You show up, read your packet, you're good. And so then as we determine where those openings are, we will do the same process that we did for the arts, is reach out for possible appointments or touch bases with those who want to be reassigned, and then place them on the agenda as necessary. Okay.
We have a minor technical difficulty.
Okay, so it's not a critter.
If it was a critter,
Yeah.
we'd be dancing up here.
We'll live through it. Okay. No one got shocked or anything.
No.
It's all very wet out. So, okay. So no, I think that gives us a direction, a brief overview, direction on the arts, and then we'll look at those other people for any people who are about to or have termed out, or not termed out, but their term needs to be re-upped. Mr. Mayor, members of council, unless there are any more questions, that's all I have for you.
I just have a comment, because when we get together for continuing a discussion of the community pride or mobbish kind of group, I'd like them to know all their options as far as what would be the best way to form. Can we have something part of this ready, just so they can see if you're an official committee, this is what you have to deal with,
Right.
versus an
I can
not
bring
official or
24-hour agenda,
nonprofit or
posting,
whatever. Yeah,
Okay, no, we can.
I want to cover all those bases.
We can share that with everyone.
Fernando, is that the idea that that board would be a city committee, or would be?
I just want them to know what their options would be, just in case we have enough people that say, yeah, we want to do something, we want to be part of something. And then that way they can say, well, if you want to be an official committee of the city, this is what it means. If you want to be just an advisory, just kind of community group, this is what it means. Or like Genesis, I'm going to ask them to see if they could present on what they did and how they did it, because they're a nonprofit. And so.
Okay. No, we can do a more detailed as to the requirements for the creation and the reporting. I think we're talking about, they have to have an agenda 24 hours. They have to take minutes. You
have to be appointed.
Reporting all those things that we do now with the library and the committee. Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Consent calendar, matters listed under the consent calendar considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion and one vote. Public hearing items are designated with an asterisk. Prior to consideration of the consent agenda, Mayor will ask whether any member of the public wishes to remove a public hearing item for separate consideration. Members of the council and or staff may remove any item for separate consideration. Item A, consideration of waiver section -2-4-10A prior discussion rule to allow action on the balance of the consent agenda. Accounts payable, $210,294.33. Consideration of approval of council minutes. Strategic Planning Session Meeting Minutes, May 7, 2019. Consideration of agreements and purchases less than $25,000. Consideration to approve the fiscal year 18-19 third quarter distribution of bed tax fund in the amount of $7,319.40 to the Cobra Valley Center for the Arts to be paid from account 10-51-51920 General Fund, Cobra Valley Center of the Arts. And consideration to approve the fiscal year 18-19 first, second, and third quarter distribution of bed tax funds in the amount of $23,291.75 to the Southern Gila County EDC from account 10-51-51910 General Fund Community Organization, Southern Gila County EDC. So does anybody from the audience, from the staff, or the council wish to remove any of these items?
And Mr. Mayor, did we want to pull C and D just to have a quick conversation?
I was going to make a request to pull C.
C, okay. And then that's for, Mr. Mayor, I would request we pull D also and just.
Yeah, I request that we remove D also.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if there are no other questions or comments, I motion that we approve the consent agenda as read, and also pull C and D from the agenda for further discussion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed. So we'll go to item C, and I guess the explanation is the thought behind pulling these two is to give a little update on both, on the bed tax groups. We have representatives from the council on all these groups, and it'd be nice to hear updates, just brief updates of these organizations on a quarterly basis from our representatives.
Mr. Mayor, I leave it to you. You were starting with the.
So we go to item C, and that'll be Freddie on the Cobra Valley Center for the Arts.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. You know, I was appointed as the city council representative to be on the Center for the Arts board. Almost half a year now. The time is really flying, or maybe it is half a year or more. But you know, for those of you that know or don't know, the center went through some very difficult times about a year ago. In that, in my opinion, a major part of the fabric was torn. There was some public outreach, and a lot of people got involved. That's past. There's, in my opinion, I think there's still some healing going on, because there was some really difficult situations that happened, and I think the most difficult thing that happened was that the executive board or the president, from president to treasurer, vice president, and what's the other one? Secretary. Pretty much all left the center at the same time, within weeks or days or months apart. And so there was a big gap that was left with the remaining members. I will say this publicly, that I am committed to helping this center in any way I can to rebuild and stitch that fabric back together, bring community back to where it was. Whether we get there or not, I don't know, because there was some things that were lost that really had a profound impact on the center. But moving forward, I feel like there's a commitment with the current board, the membership, in rebuilding and bringing that love back to the center that they once cherished and had, with all of their public events that were going on, the plays and things like that, and events. So I can tell you some of the things that are going on now. The center has always been promoting and hosting openings. They've worked in partnership with the Globe Miami Chamber of Commerce with the historic home tour and downtown and building tour. They've also hosted the courthouse facilities tours and partnered with the Downtown Association in the jail tour walks. They've hosted the Rotary Dominion Royale, which is, I understand, I have yet to be there, but
Oh, it's not one to miss.
yes, I've heard. And also the Centennial Band annual concert. So there's still some things that are going on with the center that really are creating a draw for the public. Just some quick numbers. Visitors in January, 476 visitors. February, 414. March, I'm not sure if this is accurate or not. 978. I hope it is, but that might be. Oh, the home tour. That's right. So maybe that is accurate. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, good. Volunteer hours, up to 45 hours of volunteers in some cases, 22 hours, 28 hours. And, we'd like to see a little more volunteerism there. The center could definitely use it. There are also numbers like events that are going on, 165 attendees, 277. This is consecutive months, okay? 277, 194. So, in short, there are people that are coming to the center to visit for a magnitude of reasons, whether it's plays, events, quilt shows, or just passersby. I mean, it's a majestic building. It's a draw. And again, I think the city and with Mayor's appointment to that board, there's a commitment with the city to see this center prosper and regain the great nostalgia that it had prior to the Woodbury fire, we'll call it.
Oh, that was good. Good.
So that said, that's my report for now, Mayor. And again, my commitment to creating and creating this partnership between the center, the city, and the community.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, and I think this is what we had envisioned as mayors. You and I talked about instead of having the once a year drill and kill 5 PowerPoints, first one to go gets attention, the rest, that we have a person participating, talking about what they know, what they've learned, what they've done, and I think the residents can see the value and the money that is spent by these bed tax groups, at least with Center for the Arts. And the only other thing I wanted to add is this is kind of a transition year with our letter of requirements. Some of the timing on these submissions were not as we got the next one's coming up are grouped, but I think that as every time that we have a submission and request for funds, have a brief update, I think that'll help. In order to get those updates on a more timely basis and to get continuity in there, staff would like to propose that we hold within the next month a workshop for all members of, especially the executive directors of the 5 bed tax and any member of leadership, either the chair or some person, just so everybody can get a clear and concise explanation and demonstration of exactly what the city is looking for. Jeannie would be involved in that. I would be involved in that, and let everybody know there's three items we're looking for, action items we're looking for, the financials in the format, and then that these are adopted by the voting member of the board. Explain all that and get the timing down, and I think we can do even a better job of helping streamline the delivery of the funds on a quarterly basis. And so unless I hear anything from council, the staff is intending to schedule that and invite everyone, and I hope that all the members of the board, the bed tax organizations will attend, and we can get this process streamlined and running very efficiently.
I think that would be important, because I think ever since we did, the contracts are explained and everything, I think there was some confusion, and maybe with a simple workshop showing exactly just these are the things we're only looking for, I think it'll make it a simpler process for everybody.
I do believe.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and, do we have a motion for item C for approval for distribution for Center for the Arts?
Mr. Mayor, I will make that motion. I motion that we approve the fiscal year 18-19 third quarter distribution of bed tax funds in the amount of $7,319.40 to the Cobra Valley Center for the Arts to be paid from account 10-51-51920 General Fund, Cobra Valley Center for the Arts.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. So item D, and that'll be Southern Gila County EDC. And thank you, Freddie, for your report. I think that was very informative, and thank you for taking on that task with the Center for the Arts, because it's important. I think we understand that it's not about the city being the big dog in it. It's about working together as a resource for these organizations to help them be successful. That's what we're truly after.
Mr. Mayor, I did forget something, and I know we voted on this, but do I have an opportunity to add something? If we've already voted, I'm okay.
I think it would be difficult to add anything. I mean, informational is okay, but if you want to stipulate.
Motion a second, but we didn't ask for discussion.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it.
That's fine.
Sorry.
That's fine. I apologize to the center. I did miss some other things, and maybe on
in
the
your
next
report.
council meeting on my report, I will say.
All right.
Mention it.
Thank you, Freddie. So I will give the report for the Southern Gila County EDC since I'm the representative. I've been on this board about 1.5 years now. I began right when we started thinking about taking a strong stand on economic development. And in this past year, what we have done, especially, we have brought the Southern Gila County EDC under the administration of the city now. So Linda will serve as their executive director. And so what we were doing with the bed tax money was basically paying a salary for a part-time EDC director. So the full amount that we were paying was going away. So that money is going to go now and stay with the Southern Gila County EDC that they can use for projects. And we will utilize Linda as the administrator of that board. This last month, we had elections, and I think this is what it's all about, building relationships and trust. I was elected chairman of the Southern Gila County EDC, which I took over this month. Joe Heatherly, city manager for Miami, is the vice chair. Brian Sepola is the secretary, and our treasurer is Cami Lucero from State Farm. So we really what we want to do is build this organization and really reach out. It's not about just Globe, it's Southern Gila County. It's about Globe Miami, it's about Hayden and Kearney and Winkleman that are in the Southern Gila County area, and that's really what we're going to concentrate on. And as elected officials, you know, and I like that we're going to have some kind of workshop, because we need to understand that we need to have some accountability from each organization. We need to be able to, we're the stewards of the money, so we have an obligation to our taxpayers to have accountability for the bed tax funds that we are distributing, because we're collecting them. It's coming to the city through the city fund, and then we distribute them out to these organizations. So there has to be some accountability, so we are obligated to do that. So some of the things that where we instituted the first month we were in, they had a car that was sitting out there for 2 years. It belonged to the EDC. It was a Focus, a red Focus. It is for sale now. It's online if you want to look at it. It's a 2008, and it has 138,000 miles, and it's a closed bid. And the reason we chose to sell it is they put it up on blocks and stole the tires and rims. So we had to spend $600 to put new tires and rims on it, and now it's for sale. So I think it's online already, and it's for sale. So we're hoping to get rid of that car. Nobody used it. It hasn't been used in years. We assigned individual action plans to all our members, and we have some strong board members, a lot of business people within our organization. We're going to be applying for additional USDA revolving loan. This organization had 3 different organizations that have borrowed money, and now those loans are all paid back, and we're getting applications for additional revolving loans within our community for new business, which is great. We want to work more closely with the farmers market and help them be successful. And we're also assisting with a community facilitator for the USDA Ready grant. So we have a lot of vision that we want to do. We kind of want to probably do some kind of retreat and get our members excited and moving forward to, just like Freddie said, making these organizations motivated and happy again and making sure that they're successful. So we're real excited, and I think the change is going to be good for our direction. And that's all I have. So do we have a motion for item D?
So moved as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. So we'll go to new business, and we have presentation of Arizona Department of Liquor Control Special Agent Riza Williams regarding liquor laws related to special events. How do I say the first name? Riza, okay, thank you.
Little clicker,
Okay.
and it's right to go forward.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing me to come and speak with you. I'm a detective with the Arizona Department of Liquor, and I cover Gila County as part of the area of responsibility in making sure that liquor licensees within your community are following all the liquor laws. So basically, this presentation, I was asked to come and speak to you by the chief of police of Globe to address some concerns about your public recreation areas and drinking in public, and how do you allow events to come into your community that are going to enhance the economic development, as well as follow the laws that are under Title IV, which is liquor laws in the state of Arizona. So I'm just going to briefly go through my presentation and just kind of talk about when you do need a liquor license, when you don't need a liquor license, and what a public recreation area would be, and how it can be utilized by the town in order to make these events better for everyone. So basically, what do you need when you think of what, if I want a liquor license, what do you have to do? What questions need to be asked? The biggest question is allowing, do I need a license? Can I allow to bring people, for the people to bring their own alcohol onto an event or some type of event? So you have to ask if the event is hosted by an association, a business entity. If it's hosted by a business entity, then you would need to apply for what's called a bring your own alcohol permit that's issued by the Department of Liquor. That's any business that's a for-profit business entity, and which they want to allow the consumption of alcohol to take place on that premise. They would need to get a alcohol permit issued by the state. And then that's only for people to bring in their own alcohol, consume their own alcohol, and then they would leave at the end of the evening. That's not for any charges to be taking place during that service. If they're going to charge, then again, you would need a liquor license. So if there's any charging of money or providing of entertainment, you have to go back to the laws that says you have to have a special event liquor license or some type of liquor license issued by the state of Arizona.
Shirley? I have a question on this slide. So what if the event is the city, not an association?
So if the city is holding an event and it's in a...
If they're not the prime holder, like if it's in conjunction with someone?
Well, anytime there's any kind of monetary exchange or entertainment is provided, food or beverages sold, then you need a liquor license to have that in that area, unless people are, if they're going to sell it or give it or distribute it. If you're going to allow people to bring that alcohol where they're bringing it from their residences, then you would, there's a couple provisions. If you're doing it like on the city park at the train depot, which the chief and I went and looked at this afternoon, that's a public area. Unless it's designated as a public recreation area, you can't drink in public, even if it's held by the town or county. So anywhere that's not like a private facility, private land owned and occupied by someone private, it's a public area, then you can't allow alcohol to be consumed there unless it's designated as a public recreation area. Otherwise, it would be in violation of Title IV, which would say drinking in public is illegal. You know, you don't want everyone to be walking down the road with whatever alcoholic beverage they choose. You need to designate an area unless it's like something where private, invitation only, not open to the public, those types of events.
Can I ask a clarification on that?
Yeah.
The city does not own that property. So there's an entity that it's leased to that allows us to use it for public events. So would that be public? Wouldn't that still be private?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
The city, we talked about this very specific thing with the city attorney. And so there's a couple of things, because the city is partnered with that facility, and because of like the recent event that we'd had there, it's not just inside this facility. If it was within the boundaries, inside the walls of the facility, much like the Rotary placement of Paul to the Rotary president, you can do different things in there, but when it gets out into the public view, which that's considered a public domain as by the attorneys, then you'd have to designate it, and the city can do that as a recreational use area to allow alcohol consumption there. But you would have to put a stipulation on that saying that it's a designated recreational use area if a city liquor permit was obtained. An example, the best argument against just blatantly letting it, the Salt River is designated as a recreational use area, so anybody of legal drinking age can go down there and consume alcohol, BYOB, down there. But you don't want that to happen at the parking lot or the train depot area 24/7. You would want it designated when you have certain events down there. Does that answer your question, Councilmember?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
It's land owned, occupied, managed, leased by city. You can designate that. It sounds like you co-manage some of that property, and so as such you can designate that as a public recreation area within your town limits.
Well, it's kind of interesting that when the city doesn't want to pay for an event, we tell them that that's their event and their problem because it's their event. But when we're interested in kind of limiting the action, then we say, oh, well, we're partners, so therefore we have a say. And that's, to me, kind of, how can you have it both ways?
Councilmember, I'm unaware of the historical issues with who has what. I can only contend with the things that we're dealing with now. We're trying to adhere the policy and the development. The next presentation is going to be on the special events. We're trying to adhere to industry standard, my industry, or standards that cities have across the country to make sure that we're following within the boundaries of the law. Part of the issue that I have is I can't treat people differently because they're coming to an event that's held by the city or the downtown organization or whatever than I would some of the population that we have throughout the day during the day. I have to adhere to the same laws that are out there and be consistent with that manner. So I'm trying to create a pathway of education and pathway to accomplish some of the goals of some of the community groups here that want to have special events, the city wanting to see economic growth and development, but do it following the guidelines of state statute. That's the issue and concern. They have some great events. I've actually attended several events there over the last 9 months. I think the downtown groups have done a wonderful job. We just need to make sure that we're consistent and adhering to the laws that govern liquor laws within our state, and that's the overwhelming concern. This gives us a pathway as a city, as an organization, to do that, and that way we can bring our standards up to what they need to be so we can conduct these type of events legally and consistently within our community. So that's the ultimate goal, and that's the idea behind bringing Liquor Board up to kind of explain some of this. But as far as the historical stuff, I don't have an answer to that. All I can talk about is what I've been dealing with and what I've witnessed since I've been here. And I think the city does a wonderful job. I think the community does a wonderful job. We just need to make sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's when it comes to standards and state laws.
Mr. Mayor.
And I agree with you, Chief. Also, I think, we can't dwell on the past and how things were done in the past. We need to work together and as partners to see how we can work together to make it happen, because we want events to happen, but we need to make sure that we're within the law. And we don't want to do anything that's illegal. So if we were to designate that as a recreation area, and they were to get either the downtown association or the city were to get a permit for that, is it open? I mean, you don't have to restrict and put fencing and everything up.
Part of the thing that we did today is Risa was kind enough to come up here early, and myself and Staff Sergeant Haynes went with her, and we went and looked at different locations within the city recreational park with the baseball fields and stuff like that, because we issue licenses there all the time. We specifically went and toured the train depot and the property around there, and then we looked at all of Broad going down it. And the simple fact of the matter is, you could designate that as a recreational area from street to street, from Broad to the train tracks within that area. You don't have to fence it off like the extension of a premise or anything like that, but you can confine it within the concrete boundaries of the sidewalk, so to speak, in that area. So, and that would be perfectly acceptable. And it would allow people to do exactly what I witnessed at the last concert I went to, bring in their own alcoholic beverages and enjoying the music and really having a nice time. The problem was, without this designation, if they do that, I'm bound to address it. And I would prefer to address it this way than any other way. The reason, if I don't, when some of our transient population comes in there the next morning and is doing the same thing, I'm forced to address that. So we need to make sure that we're putting things in place to be fair and equitable, but provide the avenue and pathway for community groups to have nice events. I mean, the concert at the depot is a wonderful event. It was well attended, and they had some great music, but we just have to make sure that we adhere to state statute.
Jesse, you
I
have a
just
question?
have a question. What the difference between this public recreation area versus an entertainment district? So what does that entail?
They're two very separate things, okay? An entertainment district is created by a council for an area where you have churches or schools where you want to attract a bar, nightlife environment, okay? And so because you have a church or school within that area, you can't have bars and new nightlife come into it because they're within 300 feet of the church or school. So the council would designate an entertainment zone. So basically, on a case-by-case basis, they could look at the application for permanent liquor license and say, this liquor license is within our entertainment zone, and we're going to go ahead and make them exempt from the 300-foot rule. They don't have to be more than 300 foot from the church or school. Okay, so that's an entertainment zone district.
Public recreation being that's 300 feet within.
Nope.
No?
Public recreation has nothing to do with 300 feet. Public recreation area is an area that the city or whatever controlling entity has. So like Salt River Recreational Area, it's owned by the Forest Service. Okay, they designate that area as a public recreation. Basically, they say we kind of own the rights to this area, and we're going to designate this as a public recreation area. Which what that means is that people don't have to adhere to the drinking in public laws within this public recreation area. So we've designated this as a public recreation area, and now should people choose to come to this public recreation area, they can consume their own alcohol without fear of being charged with drinking in public laws.
But only if they get a liquor license.
No, so it would benefit the city to have them apply for a city liquor permit within the public recreation area. This allows the town and the city to know, like, because the train depot, it's open all the time, right? It's open 24/7. Do you really want people drinking there 24/7? No, you only want people, right. You only want people drinking there when you have these special events, when you have these concert nights and everything like that. And so what you do is you designate that this can be utilized as a public recreation area with permission of whatever process you decide the permission process should go through. So during that time, if they've gone through and gotten a city liquor permit, it's not a liquor license, but a liquor permit that allows them to consider that space a public recreation area during the time that the permit is issued.
And this would not require a special event because nothing is being sold.
Correct. It would not require anything to go through the state for any vetting process at that point. If people are bringing their own alcohol onto a public recreation area, the state completely stays out of that.
You just have to comply with the city requirement.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just for clarification, Councilmember, you said special event. That event would still need the special event permit through the city.
Right, but there's a special event permit, you have to go through the liquor department, which I get all the time.
Extension of
Yeah,
premise and things like that, yeah. No, it's just the city stuff.
okay.
So what about in the case of where the city, like the Downtown Association is the one that has the lease, not the city?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Giles, when we talked to the attorneys about this initially, the definition of did you mention the train depot, or which building are you talking about?
Yeah, that's where the concerts are. The
Yeah,
Downtown
train depot.
Association has the lease at the train depot, not the city. So how?
Well, there's confusion on that, and when I first came here, we tried to separate that out, and because of the area, and I'm burning brain cells, I just pulled up the lease, the sample lease we had, as to how that ownership works. On the good side, I think we can work that out as to the ownership clarification. The other problem the attorney had was on the fact that there is a public bus stop on the property that people go and gather. It's not protected property. There's tables on the property that people go and hang out at. And so it gets blurry on the lines of strict private property as opposed to a public space. And I think there'd be some homework and some working with the Downtown Association to get that ironed out, to clarify the ownership, because I guess the building that burned, and there's conflicting stories about who owns what on there, and we just, because there's no compelling reason to sort that out, they've been operating the lease with the train, with the railroad, but I know we have like first right of refusal on that. So I think we would like to clarify that, and I think it's in everybody's interest if we can figure out a way that the city can designate that a recreational area. I think it would benefit all, is my thought. Yeah. And so we'll have to, if we do go to modify the code, we'll have to get that straightened out. But okay, so the hypothetical though, if it was that the train depot was strict private property, then we couldn't name that a recreational area.
So the drinking in public laws say that with permission of the owner or property, you can drink on an owner a private property with the permission of the owner. So that would not necessarily be drinking public, but where's the public area, where's the not public area? Yeah. And then again, you don't have any barriers or fencing around it. So what happens the next day when that owner doesn't want someone else drinking on his private property? So how do you control that? I think that you'd have to look at there's not a real clear definition of how to define a public recreation area. So I think you could possibly get into an agreement with the Downtown Association to say that they're okay with you designating that as a public recreation area for the purposes of their use. And because you do have the uniqueness of the fact that you have benches where people come and congregate, and they don't get the permission of the owner every time they're sitting on those benches and eating a sandwich or having a drink in the afternoon or enjoying the shade. So I think you've got kind of a unique scenario with that particular situation. But I think that with the collaboration together, I think you could still designate it as a public recreation area, even if they maintain control of the property.
Okay.
Well, that's good news. Thank you.
One question on the permit, you said if we designate it and then they get the special permit from the city, do they have to get one every time there's an event there? Or can you, like say they have concerts every other week, can we just get one for the season, or is it do you want to see one every time they?
I think for specifically like right now, what we're doing as a city is every time individual family comes up at the ballpark and wants to have a liquor permit for a family event, they have to get one. But yet the softball leagues go up and get them, and I don't know that they're getting them every game weekend. So I think for like a series with the concert at the depot or something that you have multiple ones in there, I'll have to get with the city attorney, but my belief is it's one event, it's just spread out over 4 different or 5 different dates, and that it would potentially fall within that, and it would be okay. That would be the intent. I wouldn't want to see them have to go get one every weekend but then when they do something different, it's a different event. You just can't get a carte blanche one for the year. So it would have to be specific to the event. The event might take up 4 non-consecutive weekends over a 3-month period, but it's one event.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, this the city liquor permit, right now it's a 1-page. It may grow to a 2-page, but it's very much a more not very complicated. More about documentation. I don't think it's nearly as complicated as the state liquor. So
I have a question regarding this current screen, because I work with a couple nonprofits and we do a lot of special events. So I'm a frequent flyer down at the state, but this entertainment thing it's kind of the first time I've seen that. What does that mean?
So that's what it is statutorily. So any kind of, I don't think that your entertainment that you're providing as part of the downtown association is separate. Is going to meet the definition of entertainment because it is a public event, open to the public. More when you're charging, but it does say this is more pertaining to a business running an event, which a nonprofit can be a business entity at that point. So that's this presentation wasn't so focused towards you. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that we were going to be going through the entire presentation when I sent it. So I didn't cater it towards you guys. So I'm very sorry because normally I would absolutely. So this is more like when you do have an event where you're going to provide entertainment, you're going to dispense the alcohol. So it's more about who's providing the alcohol and versus people bringing their own alcohol. So if you're going to provide entertainment and then you're going to provide the alcohol, then you would need a special event.
Oh, okay. So you can't just say, "Oh, we're going to have a concert. Wink, wink. You're going to pay $25, but we're not selling alcohol."
Right.
Lisa.
Or if the association decided that they wanted to purchase 30 packs of beer and bring them and provide them to everyone. Now they're providing entertainment and they're providing beer. They would have to have a special event permit.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're half on the screen, half off.
Sorry.
Fan club in Globe.
Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
So that's where the entertainment comes into the perspective of if you're actually providing the beverages, not people bringing on their own alcohol.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and then I think we've kind of talked about this, if it's someone renting a private hall for, let's say, a birthday or quinceañera, they can provide the alcohol to their guests, invitation only. They no need to have a liquor license at that point from the state. Again, if there is a business that wanted to have a bring your own alcohol, let's say you have a small restaurant that wants to have customers to bring their alcohol onto their business premise, they can apply for that privilege, and that goes directly to the state through an application process. Again, if you're going to go forward and apply for that state license to allow people to bring alcohol onto a business premise, we're not talking the premise of an unlicensed or recreational area, business premise. It would be an association holding a private business function up to 300 patrons. They can apply, and then, like I said, a small restaurant up to 50 seats can also apply for an exception that would allow alcohol to be brought onto their business premise. This portion of the presentation I can go over or not, it's depending on what the council would like, but this basically just is going to cover when you do go and get a special event liquor license from the state, who can qualify for those, how do you go about that process, how many days each organization can get, those types of things. So it's up to you if you want me to cover that information or not.
Can I just ask one question? Because I've always had this question.
I think certain individuals on the council have applied for a special event. I think we know the process.
Okay.
Unless other council members, I don't think we need to spend the time going through the whole. I think our main concern was this recreation area and bring your own beer.
Okay.
Okay. So my question is I see the contractors that are listed on there, like if you want to have a special event, you can hire one of these.
Right.
What's the advantage of being one of these, and do they have their own liquor license that goes with them wherever they go, or do they still have to do a special event everywhere they go?
So the special event contractor still has to have a special event or some kind of license issued with them that goes to a nonprofit. A special event is only issued to a nonprofit. A nonprofit can partner or contract with those special event contractors to basically, in essence, take away some of the liability that the nonprofit faces. When a nonprofit applies for a state liquor license, they're responsible for any liquor violations. Should an underage get served, should overservice take place, should anything happen, the nonprofit is taking on the responsibility. By utilizing one of those special event contractors to serve and sell and dispense and be responsible for your alcohol service during that event, they take on some of that liability. They take on the ability to be fined should an administrative matter come up. And they usually have training, and we require them to have training and experience in liquor laws. Whereas maybe you don't run a liquor license every day, you may not know the liquor laws or be knowledgeable. We don't require nonprofits to go and get liquor training. And so this kind of alleviates that thing of they don't know what to do or how to run an event. This allows them to utilize people that are familiar with liquor laws to take away some of the liability and run an event for them in conjunction with the nonprofit.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks.
I have just one question on the liquor license applying through the state if you're doing an event.
Yes, sir.
Not a recreation area.
Right.
So it does require a 30-day prior to the event application?
No. So we always tell the applicant that they should come to their local jurisdiction at least 30 to 60 days ahead of their event. We need the application to us signed off by the local governing jurisdiction 10 days prior to their event. We'd like more if they can give it to us, but we'll take it up to 10 days prior to the special.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Lisa, is that 10 business days or just calendar days?
10 business days, yes.
So is that ever waived or changed? The 10 days?
I would love to say no, but unfortunately, we are a state entity who serves the public as well, just as you guys serve your constituents, and quite frequently we do waive the 10 days. We like to say that we only do it with good cause, but unfortunately, we do know that sometimes there is things that are out of the licensee, the applicant's control. Sometimes in our larger cities, we have more timelines with more review process, and so sometimes they may submit it with plenty of time on the city side or the local governing jurisdiction, and they may not get it back till within that 10-day window. So we do try to do our best, and as long as it comes to us complete and accurate, we usually can get them out within the 10-day window. But if there's problems with it once we get it and we have to play the back and forth game, then it does become complicated to get it out back to a licensee within the 10-day window.
And I will say that they're getting much stricter. So they've always had some of these guidelines and they didn't really, but now they'll check your nonprofit to make sure it's actually in good standing with the state, or they will not issue your permit. And if you go in person, they're kind enough to look at your application. If you're missing something, they'll let you know right then and there. So, and I know the 10 days is getting much stricter.
Yeah, because we do not process anything same day anymore. So we used to process, if you came in with an application for an interim permit, we used to review the application and issue the interim permit on the same day. We no longer do that. So we have a 5-day review process for any new applications, and then about a 2-week turnaround, 2 to 3 week turnaround for an interim permit to be issued. So we have changed things because we have too many licenses that we're short-staffed and like everywhere else, and so we're getting more liquor licenses, and we just have to have a more stricter process throughout it.
And as an applicant also, they have the 10 days for you, but they also need to understand, if they don't know the process, that they need to make sure you have enough time to go to council to take it to a work session or new business and then action items. So that's a month to 6 weeks right there. So they should be applying probably 2 months prior to the event through the council, through your jurisdiction, right?
Correct. The other thing is that statute does allow for a designee process to be signed off. So if mayor and council should choose to have an administrative process, as long as each application has gone through the administrative process, the statute does allow that a designee could sign off on that process. So if you choose, you could have a resolution resolution that would allow, these special events do not need to go to a public hearing. So it's not like a new liquor license where it's required to go to a public hearing. A special event is not, does not have that requirement. So you could have a resolution that allows the process to be reviewed by your police department, your fire department, your planning and zoning department. And once, if those, all three of those, or however many departments you want it to be reviewed by, however many of those approve the event, then someone, a designee, a town manager or something like that, could sign off without it having to come and see the members of the council. And then should any one of those three or however many processes you make have any objection to it, then at that point it would go in front of mayor and council to make a final decision. But we do recommend that process because it does speed things up quite a bit.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, a couple questions, and just to mayor and council, that we have talked about this internally with staff. I mean, would council like to see a discussion or a potential agreement that allows us to designate it to staff, or would council like to see this remaining requiring a council approval for any of these special liquor permits?
I can honestly say I never ever remember us saying no.
Yeah.
And so,
well, it's easier for us to,
because usually it's a good cause. They're trying to do a fundraising event, so it's.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
Ready?
My opinion is, the staff is pretty well versed. Obviously, our chief of police understands these laws very well, and our city manager is understanding them more and more every day.
Exactly.
And we have the resources, like we had a presentation today, and I appreciate that so much. But I think, and I agree with Councilman Shipley. I mean, we want these events to be had here in our community, and we want people to enjoy it, and we want people to live the good spice of Globe. And I think our staff is probably well versed in being able to make these decisions. That's my opinion.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
I agree.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, then we'll put it on our future agenda item we'll do the research, check with our attorney, and see what it takes to designate that down as to Risa had described. Risa, a couple other quick questions. So you'd like to see the permits 10 days, but if you get it there in 8, that doesn't mean that just means they may or may not. It doesn't mean they're not even going to try to fill it. The liquor permit, it means that they can't guarantee that it would get completed.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so you kind of you're taking your chances there, and then if we drop your name, we can. We should send her.
Do you know how many people try to use my name down there for that? Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we won't tell you what we do, but we'll do what we can. It's a really nice person that came to our council meeting. A quick 2 other more technical questions. A private event internally in a private structure, or say a nonprofit structure, they can do BYOB with no extra. They can have people bring their own and supply and have that as long as there's no money changing hands, right?
Correct. But once you go into any fundraising,
So
or
if there's a ticket price or
yes,
donations or. Okay.
any monetary exchange,
Okay,
then
so-
you need a liquor license
so
from the state.
If you're paying $5 to get a ticket to this, or you're donating, okay.
Yes, even if there's a tip jar at the bar. So even if the alcohol is provided and there's a tip jar at the bar, that is a monetary exchange for alcohol, and you should have a liquor license. Now, we do not have I will tread lightly on that one, because I know that there are a lot of entertainment venues. We don't have the resources or the capability, nor does the chief have the resources or capabilities, if you don't, but to go and look at every private party. I know that I will speak for our department. We don't have the resources to do and go to every private
And we'd
party.
like to know if somebody says, is this legal, we can answer.
Yes, so legally, if there's any monetary exchange, then they need a liquor license.
I'm going to go on a stretch here, even including like a food drive.
Bring a can.
Bringing a can of food to the event.
And are you bringing your own alcohol, or is the alcohol being provided for you?
Oh, I see. Okay, that's the difference.
So that's the difference.
Okay.
So are you allowing someone to bring their own alcohol into a private area with the permission of the owner and not drinking in public?
Gotcha, okay.
If you're, again, it's like, if you think about it, are you holding a party at your own residence? Is it acting like a party at your own residence? Or are you acting like you're going out in public, and now are you drinking in the park where you're not supposed to be drinking?
Like I said, our city manager's learning more and more every day.
I'm just thinking all the parties we passed the hat and realized that we.
Is there any whistleblower
All those
rewards?
frat parties that you went to where they charge $5 a cup, definitely illegal.
It just goes for the next cake. The only other question, so you have a special event permit, and they're doing it on public property, and the event sponsors choose not to get a city license, then what is the responsibility of the event sponsor to make sure that the alcohol isn't consumed there? Is that the city's responsibility? Is that the event sponsor responsibility? I mean, if there's illegal drinking on that, that's an enforcement issue by the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the Department of Liquor regulates liquor licensed premises. I mean, as a police officer within the state, can I enforce drinking in public laws and have a yes? But typically, we're not going to be the ones responding to that. That would be the local police jurisdiction.
Just to cover that specifically, so the concert in the park, because they also have to have a special events permit, one of the things that I will require before I sign off on it, on that specific one, because historically we know people are bringing their own alcohol in, they have to step up and either get the permit or advertise no alcohol allowed, and take a stance here, because otherwise it's going to be the City of Globe and the police department forced into being the bad guy here, and because we will enforce it. So it's a partnership, and if they're going to have the event, and they know historically that's been, I don't want to say an issue, because honestly, I wish they would just get the permit and it would be good to go. Or that's why we want to try to set this up that way. But if not, I can't have one set of rules for one group of our citizens and another set of rules for another group of our citizens. I have to be consistent. So that's where it gets outside of the liquor control and it gets within the special events committee.
I have another question that comes up quite frequently when we have festivals. So the traditional way we've done it around here is we'll have a beer garden. And so the only people allowed in the beer garden are those that are consuming, which would mean they'd have to be of legal age. But my understanding was that if the entrances to the venue were monitored so that no open containers could leave or no outside alcohol could come in, that you could then have people of mixed age. It's like I could have my children there at Cinco de Mayo and still be able to purchase alcohol and consume alcohol in the venue. Is that true, or do all people under 21 have to not be exposed to it? What is the rule or guideline there?
So it's about what the primary purpose of the event is. Mm-hmm. So if the primary purpose is a drinking event, you think of like a beer, craft,
oh, yeah.
There you go. Thank you. I was looking for the words. I just couldn't find them. Like a craft beer festival. Then that's not an event that's appropriate to allow under 21-year-olds. If it's a family-friendly event and there's just alcohol is a subsequent activity, then you can allow the commingling of the alcohol anywhere within the special event license. You don't have to restrict it to a beer garden.
But you do have to have access in and out monitored.
Yes, it has to be, it has to be somehow, the alcohol has to be controlled in some aspect. So we do require some kind of barriers, some kind of, plan, whether you're going to use security guards, whether you're going to use fencing, whether you're going to use barriers, whatever the city, and those are things that are looked at on a city level versus a state level of what they're going to allow as far as control points. If we get an application and it doesn't look like it has enough control points, we may go back to the applicant and say, hey, you're having a big event and you don't have any fencing, we might ask you to add it. but primarily those determinations are made by the local governing jurisdiction as to what they want to see to control the alcohol sales and service.
And I noticed too, like the county requires you to use sheriff's officers for security. Town of Miami requires you to use one of their off-duty officers for security. Is that up to the jurisdiction?
Yes, that's a jurisdictional decision. We don't require, it could be private security, you could have no security. There's lots of events that we get that don't have any security because they're not a big craft beer festival. They're a little tiny, nonprofit fundraiser. So it just depends on the type of event and how many people you're going to have and what you want to see. And again, if it goes through the process of being reviewed by all the different processes, then you have a good perspective on what should be seen through that application. So,
thank you.
Mayor and Council, if I could just clarify, so there's not confusion here. The recreational area is not the same as any of the events that you were just talking about. So the events that were downtown, they're family friendly, they're designed for the entire community. If it's a BYOB thing and a couple people bring in some beverages to consume and stuff, kids are going to still be dancing and stuff. There's not going to be barriers put up around there. There's a designated geographical area that will be identified, and it's easily identified by the existing structures and stuff that are there now. So none of that would impact that type of event. Everything else that we're talking about is if you ended up doing, say they want to do a barbecue beer fest down there in the area. You can still have it in the same place, but now we're getting a liquor license, and we have a lot of other things that go along with that. They're going to have to barrier it off. They're going to have security. They're going to have methodology of serving and things like that, and the state liquor license. So it's the level of event that they're having. But for the events that we're doing right now that historically have been in that area, I think the city liquor permit would cover it if we designate it as a recreational event.
How long would it take us, Paul, to designate this if council wanted to?
I believe if we, usually that type of designation is by resolution. It takes 30 days for resolution to go in, unless we do emergency clause. But top of my head, I don't know. But it could be up to 30 days. It could be if we get the lingo right, on the 13th.
And I think we need to work with the downtown association because they own the lease on it. We need to work closely with them to make sure that's what we want to happen. They want to happen. And did you have a date in mind, or
I'm just thinking because if this is going to continue with the concert series, and we're going to be requiring them if we decide to go forward with this designation, what are they going to do about the upcoming concert?
Yeah, and I, no, let me see. The first opportunity would be the 13th. If we could waive the rules and get it going, I'd have to do the research back. If it was possible to, the stars aligned and we work with the downtown, and we can get this on the agenda for 13 for passage, is that council's desire? If we go that fast?
I think so.
I think so.
No issues.
And I have a question for the downtown representative that's here then. There's not a meeting scheduled in the next 30 days that I know of.
Because it's not just community concert, we're looking at people wanting to, we rent the venue so we
You think it's hard to see her?
I'm Molly Cornwell with the Downtown Association. I've been trained. Okay. My thought is if it was just about the community concert series, that would be one thing, but a decision like this could affect, because what we do is we rent the facility to other people to have events. So we normally can make the alcohol very contained. We're very strict with all of that. It does not go, in fact, I have signs, it cannot go out the front door because I want you to pick up the vagrants that are beating each other with alcohol bottles. So that does happen. But I want to make sure that anybody couldn't just come and say, hey, I pick your property. I'm going to have my big beer bash or whatever. I want to make sure that that's the will of my board, not my sole decision.
So might I suggest that when the special meeting is held, the police chief comes to the meeting of the Downtown Association and explains better than us trying to regurgitate this and miss things.
Yeah, I prefer that. Yeah, absolutely. And I thank you. I mean, seriously, it's huge for us. We're a small community, and so I appreciate looking into this. All right, I might be back if there's more.
The questions? Yeah. I have one more question, only to clarify, I'm sorry.
No problem.
So I'm going to change the venue. It's a church festa. You're contained inside of a center, and you have alcohol, and you have all ages in there, and you have 2 exits, 2 entrance points. Do you have to have law enforcement there, or can you have private citizens there monitoring the exits, or can you get away with signs saying no alcohol beyond this point?
I can't answer your question as the way it was presented, so maybe I can ask you a few more questions
Okay.
and follow up on them. Okay, so a church event, are they getting a state liquor license?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so if they are getting a state liquor license, you're not required to have law enforcement. It would be whatever was agreed upon at the time the local governing body approved the special event application. So if the city of Globe wanted to require that all special events are required to have an off-duty officer from the city, they can make that determination. Or again, like you said, it's a church event. There's much more control than an outdoor venue, and the church can feasibly handle it without security. That's a decision that can be made through that process, whatever process you choose to designate throughout the local jurisdiction.
Okay.
The state does not get too involved in the mandates of whatever, if you're required to have off-duty officers, or we don't get into that. We just look at, like I said, if the event appears that it may not have enough security, we may call, but for the most part, we allow the local jurisdictions to determine what they require. You guys are the entity that says, yes, we recommend approval, because if the local jurisdiction recommends disapproval, it does come to the state, but we can't issue it without the approval. I expect to see that changed, but right now, currently, you do have to send any disapprovals to the state, but we can't overrule your disapproval.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Risa, we also are very pleased that we will have a local winery opening up very soon. And I know that a manufacturer can give samples or set up tastings and things like that. I know they have a tasting room and premises, but can they come to a special event and give tastings or the sale? Or is there anything that we need to know, since we're here helping with council, about that type of thing?
Yes. So anytime you have a special event liquor license, a winery can get what's called a festival permit, and they can do that on their own. So let's say they wanted to show up at the farmer's market on Saturday morning and set up a booth. They can apply for a wine festival license. Again, the process, they have to apply through the local jurisdiction in order to get approval before they take it to the state. Okay, so they can get a festival where they can sell, serve, and dispense their spirituous liquor within a designated premise. They can also, what we refer to as, stack on top of a special event application. So let's say the Downtown Association, if you don't mind me using you, applies for a special event application, and they go through the process of the local jurisdiction and have gotten approval. That winery then can go straight to the state and get approved to do a festival within the 4 walls of the premise defined as the special event, and that allows them to serve, sell, and dispense to-go wine from their area within the special event where they overlap, where they stack. And so that, if they get the special event license issued by the state, the wineries can go directly to the state. So if you had a bar in, let's just say I owned Reese's Bar, and it was on Main Street, and I wanted to allow a winery to come in and do a wine festival on my licensed premise. I've already had it approved through the local governing body. I own the bar. I want to have, then the winery can go straight to the state and get that festival permit and operate within the confines of an already existing liquor premise. And that goes for wineries around the entire state. So if you have multiple wineries want to be at a special event. You're going to do a wine festival where maybe you want to have 5 or 10 wineries come to this wine festival within this designated area. You could have a special event permit that covers the entire area, and the wine festivals that can sell, basically it allows them to sell their wine for customers to take home. And they don't have to give the revenue, 25% of the revenue to the nonprofit entity. That answer your questions?
Thank you.
Okay. And I'd be more than happy to, I know that the chief and I have been speaking about doing a little bit of an educational community forum, and we'll continue to work on possibly getting that, and that would be another great area to ask questions about liquor laws, and that way we don't take up too much of your time this evening.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Risa, thank you so much for coming up on such a quick notice and getting up here to help answer questions. It's so helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Risa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was new business, but we have no motion or anything on that. That was just presentation. So now we have staff presentation, a proposed special event policy recommendation, including barricade, event insurance, liquor law, and staff support requirements.
Mr. Mayor, yep, that would be the one. Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, we're going to work our way through here, but feel free to jump in as you feel appropriate. We had given a presentation in April. A lot of things came up getting the budget and special the strategic plan done. We were very close to finishing off the special event permit process and the application, but we want to clarify a couple things and strike while the iron's hot, where there's some questions and tag. We have the liquor presentation and get clarification from council, and then we can finish this off. So that's what this presentation is about. So who needs a permit? A requirement that any person, group, organization, or agency needs a special event permit if they're holding an event within the city that impacts the general public or city services. It can be on public or private property, can be for-profit or nonprofit. Desired benefits from special events that creates business activity, enhances the quality of life of the community, showcases the city, and there are what we call pure events. They're going to happen anyway. We're going to have a homecoming parade. I don't think we could ever stop that. We're going to have a homecoming game. We're going to have graduation, and so some of those we'd like to work through those, but they fit into the puzzle here. City staff support needed. On these types of events, you're going to need to have Globe PD officers if deemed necessary for traffic control, crowd control, enforcement of liquor laws. And so depending on the event, if it's an inside event or a pottery sale, in the yard, we may not need that. But if it's one of the bigger events, we're going to have to look at that. We'll also look at Globe Fire and the EMTs for public safety, provide standby medical care. They may be required to have, and so these are reasons why staff would require to have Globe PD, Fire, Public Works used by the special event applicant. So when an applicant comes in, I'm backing up here a little bit, applicant comes in and says, here's your permit, but we may put requirements that you get barricades, that you have a police officer, that you have medical available. So going back to the PowerPoint, the second bullet on the second paragraph there. What's up?
If establishment has already said in their permitting request that they have their own security, then you're telling me that you will require them to have a Globe Police Department officer there?
No, I think these are just areas where we would use that. These are not requirements that we do them. These are the categories of the types of staff requirements that may or may not be imposed. So it's not a slam dunk that they require security at all, or that they can have, they can use their private. And you want to speak to that?
Mayor and council, the answer to your question is yes. I can require you to have Globe police officers because it's evaluated on a case-by-case basis based on number of people, historical issues at the event, traffic control, is it inside, is it outside, and things like that. So yes, the city can impose that requirement as part of the event. However, in most cases, most of the events that I've seen here, it's if you have your own staff, that's because the police are not going to be there to enforce liquor laws. They're there for public safety issues on that particular type of event. So it can happen. Is it likely? Most likely not, Councilman, but it can. So I don't want to leave you with a false impression that, no, if you get your own security, it's King's X, you don't need cops. That's not the case.
Okay.
So, and talking to Chief Robinson, one of the other needs for having fire on hand is event fire watch precautions. If you're doing a sparkler parade, or I can't remember the example, but there are times when you need to have somebody there to make sure that fire safety is there. And then Public Works, barricading, closing streets, providing event infrastructure, sanitation and cleanup, Apache G, the Christmas parade, the Halloween event. There's no way we could have any of these events without Public Works getting in there and closing off streets and managing that kind of stuff. So these are the types of staff requirements that may be imposed by the Special Event Committee in the review and issuing of special event permits. Who determines the requirement? Staff internal practice. For each event, the Globe Special Event Committee determines compatibility of the event plan and the city staff support requirements based on the needs too. And so these are what the Special Event Committee is trying to accomplish. They're trying to protect the safety of the event attendees, I think primarily the public that comes. If we're putting our name on something and we're partnering or at least allowing something in our public right of way in our city streets, we make sure that the attendees are safe and sound. Protect the safety of the surrounding public. You have the people attending, and then you have the people who just happen to be there or passing by or not attending. And then the safety of the staff working the event, protection of the city and private property, of course. Make sure they leave it how they found it. Avoid undue liability issues. We make sure that, we see something that just screams of, oh, this could go horribly wrong. We need to do something about that. William Tell, reenactment or something like that, where he's shooting the apple off somebody's head. It's like, no. Avoid historic issues. I think one of the premier historic issues that have been challenged, and I think we dealt with, was the idea on the Christmas parade. We always heard that sometimes in the past people haven't unloaded their floats from the kids and adults on the back of the trailers before they head out in the 60. That's something that we know about historically, and we've dealt with that, and we now have a really good system to make sure that the floats get offloaded and taken care of. Assure compliance with the laws, that's one of our requirements, and equal application of all requirements. I think is very important that we treat all events the same. We handle them on a case-by-case basis, but when it's apples to apples comparison, we need to make sure that we're treating them the same.
Shirley, you have a question?
Sure.
So tell us who's on the Globe Special Event Committee.
Right now, it was Linda Adenetto, it is Gary Robinson, it is Dale Walters, and John Angula. Did I miss anybody? I think that's everybody. And
AJ sits for the PD.
okay, so it's AJ, and but a member from those four.
It's four.
Yeah.
Police, fire,
Public Works, and economic development.
economic development.
Okay.
Will we have like a questionnaire, like, for example, when I do a special event that I go through the state, question 1, by the time I get to question 6, it says, are you doing this? And then if it says yes, then it switches me over to this other category. Then I know whether or not, because if I'm thinking about doing an event that's never been done before, and then I find out that I got to hire 6 police officers, hire barricades, I may not want to do it.
Right.
And without you having to have a meeting and get drug into all this, it'd be nice if I had like a flow chart.
I mean,
does that make
go ahead.
sense?
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman, we're in the process of, we have a draft, I think, was it sent to council?
The draft that you had supplied me, I know the newer one, the one.
We have a newer draft, and it's still a work in progress, and it's an application form for the event to cover some of those things. To be honest with you, it's been my experience that it's a trial and error basis. Some of the events that I'm used to dealing with started off, like the concert at the depot, very quaint, very, very nice, small. Now there's 15,000 people that go to them every year. So things changed over time.
Right.
So it really is, and so like what we've been doing, like this last year, we had a number of events that were going on throughout the year. I had no historical basis for it, and so I just supplied the security for all of that as we went through to try to get a feel for what it is. The light parade was an excellent example because we made some significant changes on that, and I provided a tremendous amount of personnel for it to adhere to those changes because they had to be done. They had to have been done. So we didn't have anything to go off of beforehand. So we're going to work with these groups because it's as important to me as it is to Molly or any of the other special groups or people putting these on, that these events are successful within our community. So we'll work with them as it goes, but until you fill out the application on all the things that you want to do, and then we sit down and maybe have a discussion, and the group can sit down and talk about it, sometimes we won't have an answer for you. Particularly if it's a new event, because there might be some challenges that they're not something that we can't overcome. It's just that we haven't had a discussion about it, and we don't have any experience in it. So I don't know that there's a roadmap for you other than the application process, and then maybe a one-on-one discussion with either me or one of the other people on the board to get some bounce something off each other. Does that help?
Yeah, I was just thinking it might help as a tool for someone to decide whether or not they want to incorporate this or not, because if I go that way, that means I have to now do this, this, and this. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying, and sometimes that's a discussion, because I can't, for a flow chart like that, I can't come up or imagine every different possibility.
Sure.
That'd be me trying to read Councilmember Giles' mind on what she wants to do with this event here, or her mind. It's just not going to, until we have that down on paper,
we don't know.
Can't do it.
Okay.
I think the new application that you guys have come up with, a new design of it, and I think it's a lot better than the old one used to be. This has a lot more avenues, a lot more information that they can gather.
And so council understands when we did that, the idea is for growth. So a lot of the stuff that's on there, it's not something that we've done historically or anything, but the goal is for these things to grow as time goes on, or different events come in and growth, and we have a better understanding of what's there, who the contact people are, who's involved with it, what's happening, who's cleaning up, how are they doing that, and it just gives us more data so we can be able to function appropriately. So hopefully it works out well and it's received well.
Yeah. And anyone who's contemplating even at all a possible event, come in, let's get everybody in the same room, have that conversation as early as possible so we can work through those hurdles. A lot of times I think a lot of people think that it may be insurmountable when it's not that complicated, or maybe one simple switch we could do that would make it much easier and lower the cost of the requirements or whatever. But we're willing to work with anybody and try to customize it to make it as low impact on the resources and the requirements. And so we can do that. I think city staff, myself on down, we want to be that city friendly to have special events because they bring in the public. They provide entertainment events for local residents. They bring in out of towners. We need to get people having fun, falling in love with Globe and moving here and investing here. So we're doing our best within the confines of trying to make sure that we have a timely and safe event. So any other questions on this slide? I'm going to move on. Who pays for staff support? This is where we had talked before, and I don't know and I may look for staff for reaffirmation or discussion on this event. Event sponsors requirements. Event sponsors' requirement for paying for staff support costs are based on the relationship between the event sponsor and the city, and this is the one that we get very muddled on.
Okay, so stop right there because I have a question at that.
Okay.
So are our bed tax, all 5 of our bed tax entities are not for profit. So are they all, is the city a co-sponsor for all of their events?
I think that's a per event decision. Some we are, some we aren't. I don't know that we're not automatically a co-sponsor on their events.
So how
I know.
do they know?
Well, it depends. If they come to us with an event and they say, do we want to partner with the city? Or, Apache G, we don't co-sponsor that. We just support them. I think, I'm not sure how to define the light parade if we're.
How would we not co-sponsor bed tax events when the money comes from taxpayers and their whole purview is economic development? I don't understand how you can say that they would have to ask for us to be a partner whenever we are already a partner with them.
We're an entity collecting tax dollars and distributing to them for them to do benefit economic development.
For the city.
For the city.
But we're not partners.
I wouldn't say that. I have a slide that you want me to jump to the partnership slide? Because where we see the definition of a partnership, compatibility with the goals and values of GLOBE, shared input on the event planning, shared responsibility and promotion, equal city name placement as a partner or sponsor in all the marketing, city donation of staff support and resources, meaning that we will cover the cost of whatever we require, and no expectation of the city to collect event revenues or recover costs. And so we see that as the event sponsorship, and this is independent of whether you're a bed tax organization or a non-bed tax organization. This is if you're an applicant, this is a sponsorship. And so we see that as that definition of sponsorship. But I just the way you phrased, I've never considered are we partners with the bed tax organizations? Yes, we are, and that we hope that we both love GLOBE and want to see GLOBE do better. But this is a more direct definition in the guise of a special event application. Are you a partner, or are you just coming to the city for services?
And I have a request to speak card from Molly, so I'd like to direct this. She can be involved in this discussion. Is there a time that the downtown would hold an event that they wouldn't need the city partnership? I mean, I know the light parade we co-sponsor, I guess. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, there are several events that we do that we may put in for a special events permit, but I put on there no city services needed, or sometimes for police department I just write eyeballs, meaning make sure you just know we're there, but and not
you're just requesting a permit, but you're not requesting a partner of the city to put on this event, and whatever.
No,
okay.
Kind of like an Easter parade.
Yeah.
I don't ask for barricades. I don't. There's several things we do like that are smaller. When they're bigger, even if Easter parade as a good example, we got 1,000 people. It's designed to be on the sidewalks and at the depot or behind the gel. It's not, we've never had to close off the road. We stopped closing off Oak Street for these things and tried to keep it to actually reward John for being amazing and his staff, so we don't have to use as much. But I wouldn't necessarily, I think we're always in partnership, but if you're talking about an insurance liability or something like that, that might be a little bit different. But I think just by the nature of us being able to use downtown and being able to be active up and down Broad Street, it might be a gray area in that instance, but there's a lot of events we do that don't require any city services.
But if it extended into the street, you would want to be a partner with the city because then we cover the costs.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, and I would want the advice and the security and making sure cars aren't driving through us and all the rest.
I have a question then on this very subject. So how does somebody like the Downtown Association or one of the other entities, how do they know, or do they just put on every event application they fill out that they're in partnership with the city? I mean, how do they know how to do this?
Well, no, as part of the event, special event permit, they'd ask for us to participate as partners, and then we would go through that process and determine, that we want to be that partner, and then share in the marketing and share in the setup and things like that. So you would have to, if we are going to be co-partners, then we're going to share in everything. And that would be laid out in the application.
And I have one more thing I can add on this too. I guess there's a unwritten assumption in maybe my mind or maybe our boards, but I'll speak for myself since my board isn't speaking, that if we're not making money, like if it's, we're not making tons of money and we're doing it as a public, like Easter parade, totally, we don't take in a dime. It's a cost to us. Light parade. Halloween is completely a burden, but beautiful burden, and we're thankful to run it. But Halloween is a huge, huge one that, we've never said, hey, city, you want to be a partner? But maybe that is a discussion that we shouldn't just assume that we are a partner. But there's a lot that the Downtown Association specifically does that we don't take in a dime. And Light Parade is a gray area because we take in some money, but it's just enough to cover costs. But there is gray areas with, like, Apache Day would be, it's a nonprofit running it, but there's vendors.
There's where I want not gray, though. I want these organizations to not have gray areas so they know how to do it.
Right. No, I mean, if somebody wants to partner, if a group wants to partner with us, we'll lay out, based on direction from council, we'll lay out whatever those requirements and document what a partnership means, and we will turn the slide into a portion of that application.
My gray area is that we're appointed to these bed tax organizations, so there isn't that difference of we're not partners or we are partners, to show that we are partners. And so with us being there, they have a city spokesperson there. Come back and report about these events. So what else are you going to require of them? I mean, now you're requiring to share event planning, promotion. So now, is that not going to be the person that's the council member that's appointed to that? Is that going to be somebody else on top of that, having to go to these meetings? Or are we going to burden them with having them come here to us for these meetings? Or
no, I think that we want to have our staff in the loop with the event planning and the marketing and the setup, making sure that we're both on the same page and things. And so I think it's a deeper involvement. I don't see that the way that the members of the council on the board, they're a voting member on those boards as anybody else, and they have their relationships there. I think whatever the organization, whether it be a bed tax organization or a non-bed tax organization, I think OD Park, I mean, they're a non-bed tax organization that's very structured. We would like to work directly with whatever group that is planning this, whoever the applicant is. City staff would like to work with them to define what a partnership means, and I don't want to burden that with any one member of the board. I don't think that's necessary. This is a applicant, whoever the key applicant is, and the committee working out these details. Whoever that person that walks in and says,
that committee, our committee would be going to their meetings then.
No, we would just hash out for this one event. For this one event, what does it look like? What are we going to do? And I won't have a good event because I'm not on the committee, so I don't know how this would.
If they wanted to partner with the city for Halloween,
yes,
and they don't have everything all planned out, I's dotted, T's crossed with everything when they turn in their special event paper,
right?
And they're meeting and they're hashing out behind closed doors in their meetings what's going on, what's going to happen then. Well, is our special event committee then going to be invited to their meeting, or are they going to have to come to the city?
Their member of the group is going to have to talk to. Did you want to?
Yes. Sure.
Okay, as John wants to.
Mayor and Councilman, just to kind of, go on top of what you're asking on that question. One of the biggest things is that we do have our initial meeting to approve the application, and that's usually not a long process, especially with the big ones like Halloween. But we do have a continued support and additional, communication. So it's not just a one shop, just like in your question. It says, well, what if they have something they want to, me and the Downtown Associate always worked really great, because sometimes we might have to make some adjustments. If they're going to be affecting PD, fire, then we actually ourselves will call our meeting, and then we'll continue. Once they have their meetings, we can actually communicate that. So there is a continued communication process through that. It's not just a one-time sit-down meeting that we approve the application and then that's kind of where it goes. So if there's any adjustments that are needed, then
I get with your services and the chief services that's ongoing, but with shared responsibility and promotion, shared input and event planning, like that planning would be what you are, but promotion and making sure that there's equal city name placement, like those are extreme details that who's going to have the time to do those.
Well, I think if Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think that if they're going to do advertising and they're going to say, this is XYZ of Globe in partnership with the city of Globe. If we're truly a partner, it should be stated in all the publications and the applications anywhere it's advanced. I know the Rotary is really bad about that. We do a lot of sponsoring things, but we never get our name in there, and we're trying harder to do that. I think if we are true partners, then we should be recognized as true partners. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's just a matter of when you do the printing, when you do the artwork, when you do the advertising, if there's any. I mean, I don't think we advertise much on Halloween, but if we're partners. Now, if I can go back to what I'm trying to accomplish with this, at what point do we charge and what point do we not charge? I mean, council could say, we don't charge anybody for anything, we just do this. And so I'm trying to draw a line and find a way to figure out at what point do we charge.
Darlene has one more question.
Just on this slide, I have one more question. The shared input in event planning, define that, because does that mean the police and public works is planning? I agree with that. I do not agree with the city saying we're going to help you plan your event. No, not in my opinion. I get public works and the police. Yeah. I think where we're gonna decide how the Easter Bunny walks and where he walks, no.
Well, if we're partners, I would think we'd be sharing the input at whatever levels.
As us as designated members on these bed tax boards, we go to the meetings and we're part of it. But what about something else?
I mean, I don't see us going in there wholesale making a lot of changes unless there's something where I think the biggest probably event that I don't know. I can't come up with examples because I haven't sat in on all these meetings, but this is something the group is putting forward, and I support this.
I can give you an example of an event that's a partnership, and the only really involvement was a special committee, the Special Events Committee, Police, Fire, and Public Works, Cinco de Mayo. Oh. So they were listed as we were listed as partners for that event. But the only thing really we gained from it is that City of Globe insignia was on all their banners when they advertised for the downtown. That's basically it. And special events took care of everything. We were still partners, but we weren't involved with planning or anything.
I think the city was very happy with.
Very wide open to me. I would like to see more definition.
Okay.
I think this is, if I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, I don't know, I could be telling that Easter Bunny I don't like, you're flopping your tail around.
A partnership goes both ways. If we say, we want the Easter Bunny to walk backwards because that represents, the yin and yang of Easter versus, and somebody say, I think that's a little weird. And, so we haggle it out and the Easter Bunny, turns from side to side. I don't know what it looks like, but we.
I don't want to micromanage. That's exactly what we do not want to do.
No. Responsibility to micromanage any of those.
No, but if there's something we believe will make the event better, I'd like to see that we have a voice.
I think if we have our logo on, if we're going to partner with people.
Or it can,
So I got an example.
Logo is fine, but sit there and tell these groups that no, you can't do this.
Well, no, no, we have to approve the safety of the event, given those things. But as a partner, where there may be, I don't know the example, but there may be times when we have a difference of opinion and we kind of like, this would work better. That I think.
None of our concern.
What's that?
It should be none of our concern, unless it comes to public safety. The planning of the event should be none of our concern.
So then we're not going to be partners. We're just going to be
Our logo
facilitators.
should be on there, but we're getting the advertisement. We're partnership as long as public safety is taken care of.
Okay.
One of the concerns, Mayor and Council, on this particular slide was the discussion that we had before this council initially concerning on billing and things like that, because this is a cost overall to the city. One of the things that council brought up was the partnering and the fact that this is good for the overall city and things like that. And we're trying to get a delineation within the presentation to identify what's that line. When are we partners? And then we pick up the bill. I spent out of my budget this last budget cycle, thousands and thousands of dollars in overtime for events within the city because I didn't have a baseline. And I'm fine if that's what the city wants to do, but we were directed to come back from staff to how we're going to do this. So one of the things that we came back, if we're truly partners, outside of the ongoing partnership with the bed tax and members of council sitting on the boards, but actually developing these special events for economic development within our community, to see these things grow, to provide services at no cost to the different nonprofits and stuff. This is just some of how they're trying to outline it for identifying this is when we're partners for this specific event. We were actually been partners with many of these events since I've been here. The light parade is a great example. I gave clear direction on, I had to change some of it for public safety reasons, but at the same time, us as a community, as a city, went back and I provided a great deal of support, not only from the police department, but I reached out to the JRTC, the sheriff's office and things like that in support of that event because I wanted it to see it successful, which it was. So that's partnering with the event. It's not just providing a service, it's providing a service at no cost to them, but this is some of the stipulations that if that's the case, and we do have some say-so in it, maybe not down to which way the Easter Bunny's walking, but we do have say-so on which way the parade goes and things like that. So that's the partnership, but this is just trying to outline some of that. Some of the issues like the Easter Bunny parade that Molly mentioned earlier, if we're bringing 1,000 people for 2 hours on Easter Sunday in the downtown area for that, that's something that I might require us to put out an extra patrol officer. We're part of that. Am I going to bill her for 2 hours? No. But if we're bringing 10,000 people down because it grew over the next 5 years, then yeah, we're going to have to address this another way. So that's the idea behind this. And staff just came up with some guidelines of what we thought would help identify and explain the partnership on this, because it is different than what council is doing now, sitting on these boards. And it's different for me, it's different for John, the fire department, and economic development. So that's the idea behind it, if that helps.
Okay, so, but I get that. You're talking about public safety. Event planning and public safety, two different things in my mind, maybe not in someone else's.
And in my mind, it is not, because everything that they plan in that event is going to directly impact public safety in the community as a whole. So I was heavily involved throughout that. Now, did I recruit people to have floats? No. Did I do things like that? No, but we were heavily involved with all aspects of the planning, to the traffic plan. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. Now, are we the final decision on this stuff? No, and we're not asking to be. We're just wanting to have input on it. And mostly shared recognition for part of this too. If the city's going to give that much money and that much time to these events to help make them successful, and that's part of the idea if we're going to spend that kind of money.
Fred. Thank you. So I've heard a lot of dialogue, and I have to agree with Chief and Paul on some of these points. I've heard micromanage, I've heard these kind of things. I'm not reading micromanage, I'm reading shared input. Okay, there's a difference between micromanage and shared. And I agree, the city is going to be putting forth a lot of money as a partner for these events, for safety, for recommendation. I mean, who knows the city? Who knows the city better than our streets and our police and our fire department? They run those streets every day, all day long. An event can grow and change. One shoe doesn't fit all. We could start with an event that in 2 years could just blossom into something that might be from a 1 day to a 2 day event. Our staff has to know, our staff has to plan. And I think by this shared input to these event organizers, whether you're a bed tax group or not, that's irrelevant. The safety of this community is relevant. And I think that's where this shared input is coming in at and has a major responsibility of the staff and our city. I don't see, I kind of feel like we're just going down this rabbit hole of big brother syndrome. And I'm not seeing that. Okay, I don't see the big brother syndrome. Partnership doesn't mean big brother, in my opinion.
Mr. Mayor, members of council.
I agree with what he said also. It's the same thing with what we with what we did with these bed tax organizations and putting a representative in. It wasn't about being a big strong arm into doing this. We wanted to be a partner, to be a resource to them, and that's the same thing that you're doing. I think Chief had the example, the light parade. There was a group of people that only wanted the parade to go halfway down in the old way. There was other people that wanted that parade all the way. But with the work of the special events, they came up with a plan to make it happen, to go all the way down. And that's partnership. But they had to make it happen. And I think the majority of the people wanted the parade to go all the way down to the end, to the North Broad Street. So that's, I don't think it was micromanagement. I think it was just partnership and planning.
Okay, so an example would be the Dapper Days that the Chamber of Commerce put on. Okay, so other than needing you to approve the special event permit, okay, would we have needed to go through this application process? And then in that event, what they ended up doing was they put a Rolls Royce or whatever that fancy car was out in the alley. We blocked Bailey Street. Okay, so now if we block Bailey Street to put a photo op next to the antique, I get that we would want to come to Public Works or the police department to make sure that, first of all, we can get permission to do it and that it's appropriate and that it's done correctly. But if all we're going to do is have an event in a private venue that requires a special event permit, I have to file an application and come through you? Is that? That's where I'm kind of confused. And that's why I keep thinking, if I'm going to affect traffic, fine. If I'm going to block a road, fine. If I'm going to sell alcohol on the street, fine. But if we're going to have a private party that requires a special event liquor permit, do I have to then go through a committee?
My understanding is that if you need to go to the state for a special event liquor permit, then do they also need... Yeah, then you need a special event permit from the city.
But you don't have one now.
You wouldn't need one for that Dapper Day, would you?
Yeah.
Councilman, actually, you did, your committee actually did approach our committee, public or special event committee, to get requests for the Dapper Day, to actually set up the closure of the street, and then we set up a time and had that in place.
Right.
But there are events just like our Gila County Fairgrounds. They have the rodeo, they have different events. They actually, because some of that was going with it is within city limits, they submit a permit, but just like Molly had said, even with some of her events, this is just for informational. We have it on file. If there's any emergencies or anything like that, of course, Globe Fire would respond, So that's why some of that is for informational. So it's not so much that we have to approve Gila County Fairgrounds having a fair or an event out there, but it's for having that information on hand.
Okay.
So it's not like we don't get involved, and it's not something that we're truly going to deny, because they're actually on fairgrounds, and it'd be like a social event.
But we've never asked for a permit before from the city that I know of on just like a special event liquor. I mean, we have to get your approval.
If you're impacting
Right.
city space or city services, city space, or that public area, is my understanding. If so, if there's any bleed over out of the private property in the city, that's the trigger point where you need a special event. I think at a higher threshold than whether you're getting I could see a bar getting a special liquor permit that maybe does something in the backyard or something like that. If it's all on private property, it doesn't impact us, then there's no need is that what we had talked about?
Just comply with the law, yeah.
The event that you described, it was impacting the city because you blocked off an alley.
Right, but if I had not blocked it,
Had not blocked off it or anything, it's on private property and things. The city, that's your event.
right,
The liquor license, if you're selling alcohol or providing alcohol and there's money exchange or something like that, that's a state liquor board thing.
Right.
And I don't think they're going to require you to get a special event for that on private property.
The carnival at Fry's, it's all on private property.
no, they do. You have to get a special event if it's not a licensed distributor of alcohol.
Right.
So, and then we have to get the jurisdiction approval. So that would be the city of Globe or the county or town of Miami. So I'm used to that. But what I'm saying is, had we not blocked off Bailey Street, we wouldn't need to file for permission or a permit, would we? Okay, that's why I keep saying, if we could just say, if you're going to block a road, then.
But we could what if this to death. And
Yeah.
I mean, how many different pathways?
But I don't want to get a fine or a ticket or go to jail because we didn't do it right.
Well, that's where the meetings come up. That's where you hash that out.
That's where we have the special events meeting. We cover that stuff as it goes through. So it's that type of stuff. I think most of it's self-explanatory as it goes through, and you're one-offs. I mean, that's kind of a unique thing. And the carnival thing, hopefully they do fill out a special event.
I was, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Shipley, I was just going to bring up, maybe an example of that, is if it was your intention to somewhere on private property host a large party for something where you're going to have a significant number of people there that could impact, it could impact roads with parking, depending on what your parking is. It could impact police services, depending on what type of event you're having. There's a lot of things that the Special Events Committee would want to have a look at and just say, okay, you may or may not need this. If you're going to have a large venue, if you have a large family and you have a quinceañera, they host quinceañeras at the fairgrounds on a regular basis, and they have large groups there, and they require them to have some form of security there. Something along those lines. Even though it's occurring on private property, you still have a potential impact to, like we talked about, city services. There's that potential impact there that could require those services to be present. Just because the event happens on private property doesn't necessarily mean that that impact is going to be non-existent.
Yeah.
Going along with that, with the Dapper event too, I don't know, with the special events, is it going to require an inspection of the fire marshal? Are you going to have proper exiting, proper lighting? Are you going to comply with what the capacity is of that room? It may come to where you need an inspection in that building, depending on the size of the event.
So the Dapper party, if you're going to impact a city street, by all means, we would say, that's probably something that the Special Events Committee needs to review and plan for, because we're going to have to plan responses if our personnel need to have an understanding of what's going to be there, so that they can have some form of plan to work around that. If you're going to be on the courthouse steps, well, then that may not have an impact on, that may not have an impact on a whole lot. It's just at that facility. So there may not be any requirements to that, but it's, I know they've had, if I'm not mistaken, they've had the Dapper Dan on the courthouse steps before, or the Center for the Arts. Or am I mistaken on that one?
I only remember having it the one time, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Dapper specific, but we've had the same type of events.
Yeah. The beard battle. That's the one. That's the one I'm trying to think of. The beard battle. So it's easiest as a committee for us to be able to, we can look at these things, and we could look at a lot of these and know there's not going to be an impact. Newer events. If there's a question on a newer event, it's always best, put the application forward. If the committee reviews it and there's not any impacts, and it really doesn't meet the, it doesn't meet the requirements, it's easy for us as a committee to say, this doesn't really meet the requirements and the needs. And if it's done well in advance, well, then we know for future events, and the planner knows for future events, we're trying to build something here, and unless we have some basic guidelines to go from, it's kind of difficult to say, okay, yes or no, this meets the requirements for a special events permit. We have the process. It's, the application is fairly straightforward. We review it, say, hey, bring the person in and contact them and say, you know what, it not really going to require a special event permit, or it is, and we work with them.
A question. So to Fernando's point, then, instead of the what ifs, will there be guidelines set then on this special event permit that says, if you have over this many guests, or if you plan on blocking this street, you may need to fill out this form?
To the street, if you plan on blocking a street, definitely there's going to be a requirement.
Yeah, but then you're saying a private event like a quinceañera, if you were to have a quinceañera and then you go to your house and you have X amount of guests at your home, you're blocking the street by parking. You could affect parking, you could affect how police get there or how you get there, like you said. So in those instances, is there going to be guidelines set out that say, if you have over this amount of guests at your home or this amount at the private event, you're going to need a special event permit?
We're not going to, Councilman, we're not going to get into what you do at your house. I've seen a number, if I get a call and a complaint, we'll go up and deal with it, but that's not what this is really for. Quinceañeras and things like that, those are normally rented venues that we're setting this up, and the private events. There will be, to Councilman Shipley's request, there is a type of flow chart. It's not going to cover every scenario, but it'll be kind of a guideline that we know that we have a copy of Gilbert's, and I want to say Scottsdale's, as part of the different policies and stuff that we've looked at that we can implement. But part of it's going to be determined by this council on what they want, what their desires are, and what some of the requirements are from them. But there will be something there. The best way to go through it is, it's been my experience that everybody within the city and everybody, particularly on the special events group, is worked very diligently to try to make these events happen and successful. We haven't been the most popular at times, but that's not our intent. Our intent is to try to accommodate, to make these happen, but in the safest and most responsible manner that we can. So I think, yes, those questions will be answered, maybe not to the specific degree, but the general degree.
And just to follow up, while they were talking, I'm thinking about filling out federal forms. I mean, my student loan documents for my daughters, or taxes, where they say, do I need to fill out this form? And they have, have you, so in this case, it's like, will it be taking part in public right of way? Yes or no? Will it be more than 20 people? Will there be liquor there? I mean, I think in the initial, guidelines of do you need a special event, we could put something together, at least triggers those big things. If you check yes to any one of these, then yeah, you need to come talk to us. If you can say absolutely not to any of these, or something like that, where you could have some type of just larger framework, I think you could put something like that together, that any one of these trigger, then we need to sit down and talk. And so I think in that respect, I don't think that would be that complicated. We'd have to say it's not all encompassing. If you're not sure about any of these questions, come talk to us and we'll help you go through. But I think in that initial, how do I determine, and that would be something wonderful to be on the website. If you can say, if you say, we'll just say, answer these 7 questions, if you say yes to any one of them, then you're probably gonna need a special event permit. So I think that could be incorporated. So, so now going back, and just going back to who pays, I mean, this is something where we've been fuzzy in the past. Who do we give free services to, and who do we bill? Okay, I think that if the city's doing it, or a city partner at Slam Dunk, we should cover the costs as part of our thing. If it's a for-profit event, if somebody's coming in and they're selling I don't know what, and they're going to make money off of that, they should pay their way. The question is, where do we draw that line in that fundraising, or I'm sorry, in the event, as to who has to pay for city services if they are deemed necessary. It could be a simple event like the Easter event, where there's they're walking on sidewalk, it's on a Sunday, and it's very simple. There's no advantage to there's no requirement from city staff to do overtime, to set up barricades, to have police or fire, and so that's pretty much a moot point. But if we're going to be, if city funds in overtime and different types of stuff is going to be used in that, I think that is where we want to draw that line and say, if you want to partner with us, I think name placement is the number one thing. And name placement, equal advertising of the promotion that we're in there, XYZ plus the City of Globe is sponsoring that. That's really important. I would like to see, I'm trying to think of, and I can't come up with any about where we may haggle over the best way to run something, but in certain things, safety issues, we can just say, we need to be this way. It's not the city going to dictate how the rabbit walks down the Easter parade. It's just like some suggestions, and we haggle about that, and we have a voice at the table. Doesn't mean we're going to win. It doesn't mean that we're just hashing it out. But we'd like you to, if we see something and you come to us and say, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to think, it might be really better for whatever reason because the sun shines, so we go the other direction. I think the light parade is a good example of that equal. Now if we want to, and so that's why shared input is the way I put that as partners. So what is council's pleasure on either question on the inclusion of shared input in the event planning, or the bigger question is, if somebody wants to come and do a nonprofit event, but doesn't want to partner with us, just wants to do it on their own, are we going to charge them, or are we going to waive the fees?
So who would the nonprofit be? Like
Chamber. They've always paid for overtime for cops with Apache G. And we're not a partnership. They're coming to the city. They set up shop. They do this, and they get their own trash service. It's really
Is it true overtime that we're paying then? So we're paying time and a half to these individuals.
They're people who are not on the shift. They're people who are coming in off duty and working, and so it would be they're just above and beyond their normal hours. So it would be overtime.
But the 501 would then be responsible of just their hourly rate of pay, or time and a half.
Time and a half.
But see, really, the chamber's a hard one to use because they have vendors that are for profit.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't.
So I don't know. I'm not on the committee, and so I haven't sat down at every one meeting of this.
Wouldn't a possible solution be for staff to be able to make that decision, and then if they want to overrule it, bring it to council for, like, for example, I don't know, March of Dimes wants to do something and it's a great cause and they want to block down, could they come to council then? If you say,
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Shipley, gosh, I would fear that every time we make a decision, then it's overruled by council. I'd like to have a policy where these are the qualifications, and because everybody will go to council, and it's really hard for council to say no to somebody. No, you have to pay the money for these people. At that point, I don't know. I mean, I'd rather see upfront policy This is my preference, but we could do that where you allow staff to say no, and then they can appeal to council, and council can, we can have a public meeting and council can decide. But
I just can't think of anything that's going on now where we would say, well, gee, you don't qualify anymore. Or who would you turn off? What's going on now that you would say, we want to charge these guys, but not these guys?
And I think the idea is that we have been helping pretty much every organization that comes forward. We're offering our services. It's really hard to say no and make them write a check for that. So I think if the definition of partnership is we cover those in-kind costs and eat those out of our budget, that we receive at least that equal placement, equal billing on there. I think I can't name it now, but I think there'd be times, and I think it would hash out naturally. I don't know is that crucial to have this equal planning. I think the nature of two groups coming together and sitting down and hashing things out, it's going to come out to something where we're going to, the best solution for all. If we didn't have that line in there, shared input in event planning, if there is something that we really were not happy with, we would just pull our partnership and say, we don't want to partner with you, but I don't want to. I think at this point, I'd like to get council's decision about whether we should strike that line, shared input in event planning, or if council wants to keep that.
Well, I think it's important because of the public safety part of it.
Well, but that's not shared input. We're given the direction on. I mean, we do that for a for-profit or partner. For-profit or partner, we're still going to give safety direction. There's difference between nuanced events that are not a safety issue, but a content style, something where it's a difference of opinion. Go ahead.
So I want the chief to answer that, because I specifically said I think public safety and and shared event planning are two different things in my mind, and he thinks differently. So here's the forum where we have to clear this up. So these entities
Did I say something
know.
that's different than what you said?
Sorry for throwing you under the bus.
So I think what we're doing right now is shared event planning, whether it's public safety or some of the other decisions that economic development might want to have input on it. So what we're doing now is shared event planning. Now, the bigger picture is, do we want it to grow? I mean, then you get long-term input moving forward. So if it's a shared event, so if we're going to partner with the Downtown Association for a specific event, whatever that event may be, and we get input now is like, we would like to see this grow, our economic, and it's outside of the public safety realm, and it gets into Linda's realm of economic development, and want to see that grow. One of the reasons that it's important to staff for council to clarify on this particular slide here is I've watched this shared event planning, and I've watched these events grow in my previous job to just great success. And it's vitally important to have the foundation on, because we can't go on forever paying all the costs and everything. There has to be a cutoff someplace. And it's really not up to us to determine that, or after the fact, because it's unfair to those who are wanting to get it. So that's the intent behind it. So we're just trying to create a line in the sand on what the difference is. With events in the downtown area where I come from, I've watched them grow to the size of our light parade to 15,000 people will be there. Our Halloween event that we have down here that I attended last year is massive. And it's huge. It's a great success. It's a wonderful event. And if word got out on that, it's going to grow. I mean, if I would have known that that event existed up here when I was down in the valley, we would have been up here every Halloween. And that's part of economic development. That's a discussion she would have as a partner with that event, saying, look, we want to advertise this because we want to see it grow and maybe expand that event. So I don't know if we could give more candy than we did, but yeah, we maybe could. So it's that type of stuff. And so it's not just the ongoing stuff of public safety, but there's longer term things. And if we're going to truly partner with it, then we have a seat at the table, not just the council member that's sitting there, but the day in and day out working of developing this specific event, not the overall nonprofit, but this specific event. Does that help?
Yeah, I have concerns about just drawing the line, because which one of you guys is going to go to the home planning meetings or homecoming event to decide when, you know what I mean? I don't think you're going to go. And you're saying that you want to be part of the planning, and I'm just like, you're not going to show up. So if you're not going to show up, then why are you demanding to have a seat at the table? And so if you're going to say you're going to be there, then I guess you need to be there.
And I think we're not picking and choosing the events that we're talking about. The homecoming event, we're not going to have input on it other than the public safety event. It's that's the event that's going to happen anyway. The light parade, though, we could have a long-term event planning with that and partnership with something of an event of that nature. The Halloween stuff, that's something that a portion of the committee would still be involved with the long-term planning of that event to watch it grow. The Easter parade, it might be something at some point in time the downtown group wants to partner with because it's growing or they want to see it grow. And it might not even because we want to see it grow. It could be the nonprofits coming to us saying, look, we need a little bit more muscle on getting the word out. We would like to partner with this because we want to see this event grow. And I've seen it both ways. But there needs to be just an understanding. It's just a little different. And it's not that we're going to hit every single meeting for everything that the nonprofit does, but on this particular one event, we're going to keep in touch with it to watch it either grow or change or evolve over time.
I mean, if we're going to put our name on an event, and we're going to provide these in-kind services of cash, I mean, I would hope that we'd have, other than the safety issues, we'd have a seat at the table if we felt compelled to make a case for, making the event better.
Planning help if needed.
What's that?
Planning help if needed.
Planning help. I think we would be, that we may or may not, like I say, I think Dale nailed it. We would show up in concerns to that, but if you're not using if you're paying the bills and you're going to write a check for everything like that, we'll come in, we'll do the safety issues and knock yourself out unless it's something that's a safety issue. But if we're partners in trying to get tourism to the valley, from the valley here, if we're trying to grow the event, we're trying to get the vision of both the city and the event, I think it needs to be that staff has a chance to chime in, bless, or make suggestions, not to compel them, not to force them to make the rabbit walk backwards, but just let's do that. And I think it happens naturally. I think the Halloween, the parade, the Christmas, I think one of the problems we both face on Halloween is how do we get that big mush of people over by the Michelson building and get them to, I think that's something that we're both working on, how to make that event better and trying to figure that out. If they weren't partners, we'd just say, here's your permit and good luck, And I don't think there'd be many people there, but it's the bottom line, and the other thing is by having that partnership, it justifies the expense of those public funds to not donate, but to contribute those, because we're getting something for it. We're getting name placement, and name placement is really important to show that partnership. But it shows that we have a seat at the table, but I don't see us railroading, ramrodding, overriding. We wouldn't be good partners if we're just going to sit down and dictate.
I think we're going back down that rabbit hole Freddie was talking about. But, and switching gears, that with the true hourly cost, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. It would be time and a half. So if I had to have Chief there and Staff Sergeant Haynes there, who may make more money,
they're exempt. We don't.
Then I would have to pay that higher wage of pay versus a lower wage of pay versus something here saying if you needed 6 employees, staff employees, this is how much it would cost you. If you needed 1 through 20 employees, this is how much it would cost you.
I think it's true cost incurred by the city. If the chief has to sign up 2 people for overtime, or John has to pull people on Sunday to clean up after a Saturday night event, those are hard costs that are going into our salary, going there, and I think those are important. I think the chief attending meetings or myself trying to. Yeah, those are not hard costs because
I'm
we.
talking about this true hourly cost that
Yeah.
you're proposing, which is fine if that's what you want to do. But I think that if you're planning an event, you need to know how much everything is going to cost you. And if you're telling me that I may need 6, well, I may need 2, but I don't know yet until after you approve it.
Oh no,
I'm up in the air of how much it's going to cost.
I think in the initial meeting we could make a judge of how many cops, how many public works, how many. I mean, I think you know before the application goes.
You can put that on the application, so then I know whether or not to plan that event, or Molly knows. Okay, well, it's not worth.
Yeah, I think we.
It's a menu. It's a menu of this is how much it might cost you.
So in the initial planning stages of these events, we evaluate on how many bodies that we think we're going to need based off of all the facts. Now, there's 2 different things that we have to understand, and it really depends on council, and that's part of this presentation. If it's a city-sponsored thing, and they're there because the city is directing them to be there, and it's our thing, we pay them normal time and a half. Where I come from, we had developed an extra duty cost to the officers, where if the Drift Inn has a special event and you have to hire 2 police officers and it's outside the city purview, we're not partnered with it, you're just hiring them, or construction, ABC Construction needs traffic control or something, they're hiring them. That is a set price per hour that goes to the officer, that you would write a check directly to the officer for however many hours are going to be there. And then where I come from, you wrote a similar check to the city if they had a vehicle. It was like $6 an hour. And then for workers' comp, because if that officer gets injured, even though they're technically working for you, they're in my uniform, the city will have to pay. So that covers workers' comp. But we haven't set that up yet because I don't know where I'm at. Right now, where I'm at is we're just covering everything until we get clear direction from council. I'm not sure where you want to be as a council. And if you want to just cover everything, I'll go the direction of council clearly, but we'll set that up if we're going to segregate that out, where there's going to be a difference between what we're partnering and then what we're not.
That's what you're proposing. I would think that that's the best way to do it, so that way an event planner would know this is how much it's going to cost me per employee or per hour.
Right, but the event planner won't know until they do that initial meeting with us. So how many people are going to be at it? Is there alcohol going to be served? What type of security are they going to have? Or you need road closures and stuff like that. And then the other issue is I can't speak for FD and I can't speak for Public Works on what their setup is or anything else. So we're a little different on that. So, and I don't know if they're going to change anything on that, John.
You couldn't put 1 police officer equals $55 an hour. 1 FD personnel may cost you this much.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak for them. I just know what I'm used to, and it's a dollar amount that was negotiated with the associations at the time. So we would just model it after other agencies.
Chief, is there an opportunity where that organization can hire a police officer or an EMT paramedic directly for that event and not even go through the city? Because I know we used to do it, like graduation. They had Globe graduation up here. They just hired the EMTs direct. They wouldn't go through the city. We'd pay them. They get paid a certain amount an hour. Didn't matter what level they were. Didn't matter what their salary was. Is that a possibility?
And I would argue no. And the reason why is because right now I have officers that are working extra duty down in the valley, which I'm completely against. And we want to change that. But to be able to change that, I need to set up a pathway for them to work more extra duty up here. And what I found out, just like on the Broad Street closures that we had, I had set up through with John that we would give a couple of officers out. We were trying to fill it when the contractor contacted a private public safety entity, which they take a cut and then they pay the officer. We don't take a cut. It just goes to the officer. So we're trying to set it up there, and I would prefer them go through the police department for that. We would hire out officers for quinceañeras. We would hire out for private events and things like that. But there's a stipulation in there what will allow, as a police department, our officers to do and not do. They're not going to be bouncers at the bar. but they could be there for a special event for just outside security or something like that. They're not checking liquor licenses or IDs and stuff like that. They're just there for public safety. They can do traffic control, different things like that. So there's some guidelines. So I would prefer, as the chief, that they goes through the PD.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I think the other question that comes up there is also, you know, if we're going to place personnel, you know, even though they're hired directly by an event, you know, we're going to place those personnel most likely in our uniform, using our equipment, to provide that coverage. How do we ensure that in the event that they're injured during that capacity, that is taken care of? And that's where you start coming back to the workman's compensation. You know, fire service, typically you don't see the practice like the police department has, although we have done it, and we've done it for events such as graduation, where they've paid directly, and then we've furnished them with the equipment, and we've furnished them with the vehicle to get there and to do that. Because we've done that, there's some form of coverage there. But I think you know, can it be done? I think it can. But you know, if we're going to go down that route and take them outside of they're working for us in a special event capacity at an event, that there be some way for us to at least have that cost of the workman's comp covered, to make sure that we're taking care of our personnel. Because the last thing I'd want to do is have there be a question of, now somebody's injured on the job, you know, and their, you know, workman's comp is considering not covering that injury because they were working in a private
Capacity.
in a private capacity versus for the city of Globe.
Mr. Mayor. Ready? I totally agree with you, Chief. You know, when the city says we're going to co-sponsor, we're going to be a sponsor, you know, there's more than just putting the city's logo up there. We're putting our accountability on the line. We're putting our services on the line, because all it takes is one bad thing to happen and a lawsuit to happen. And if we had, like you said, a personnel that works for the department but is off duty and is being rented, now they're going to be viewed as, well, you had a city staff that, well, yeah, he works for the city, but he wasn't working that day for the city. That's going to get really messy. And you know, I think because we're going to put forth the dollars and the resources with Public Works, with fire, with police, you know, there's accountability that goes with all that too. And that's why I really feel that the city, if we're going to partner, we should be a partner in the planning. We should be, because to pay for the resources and not be a partner in it, we're still liable. We're still going to be liable. So if we're going to be liable as a city, we should have a say in how the event might work best. Might not be the end product, like you said, Paul.
And I was just going to, I apologize.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to, Councilman Leatham, I know, you know, you brought up the question of, can you fix a dollar amount? You know, I believe you potentially could. You could fix a dollar amount, and that the city recovers this much for that individual that does there. You know, if I work it, might it not cover everything related to my expense? It may not, but versus a junior person, it may cover the cost. There is a potential that you could set a fixed cost there that allows that to be offset. So
that's another idea.
Who pays the PSPRS?
Cover some of the costs, not all of the costs.
Right.
We pay PSPRS.
We would have to pay that for them to
Yeah,
work this.
I mean, the PSPRS is calculated on the total sum of the compensation, and so the more they work overtime, the more they're compensated, the more PSPRS we have to pay. So that's factored in. Same with retirement, and medical's not like that, but I mean, you can get into a whole, you know, pension spiking issue. by doing whether we use them or not. But I think on covering events, I'm not so worried on PSPRS and whether, you know, if we need to get people in overtime to cover events with the city, that's growth of the city, that's moving the needle forward, economic development. I mean, it's just a cost of doing business. It's, but if it's a totally for profit, and I think that's the difference. I think the hard costs for when we're partners, but if you're coming in making money off of us, you're doing a car dealership where you're selling cars, you know, we're happy to have that happen, but you should be making enough profit that you can pay the full cost of that officer, including benefits. So can I try to go this way? The determining requirements, who pays for staff report? I think everybody agrees that the city-only event we're going to pay. I think a for-profit event, everybody agrees that for-profit's going to pay something. They're going to cover that cost. So now, I think now we're into the difference between a nonprofit, a nonprofit partnership, and nonprofit with no partnership, and then you have for-profit events where you have a fundraiser attached, and that's where you have. I think the motorcycle run, if a bar puts in for an event that's going to be a fundraiser for a group, do we want to cover those costs there, where they're making money off of that? Now, a portion of that's being donated of some sort, and that's the other. I mean, that's the other dicey question about if a for-profit is doing an event and they're taking a portion of that. You know, at what point would we cover that cost for the police fire if need be?
The college event that goes on in Oktoberfest, you're saying then that bar would be responsible for paying for the overtime,
or
donating the money to that,
or have the nonprofit do the application. Okay. I think that would be when we hash this one out. I think the simple thing is have that nonprofit. Now, I don't know that the city. I'll leave it at that. I think that way it's a nonprofit event. Now, any nonprofit can go and hire a vendor, a caterer, a bus company, and they're going to make money off of that. The caterer, the bus company, the liquor provider is going to make profit. But if the event comes from that nonprofit, I think that's the best way for that to work. But I know that's a little bit dicey on how it works with the firemen's motorcycle, because the nonprofit group is a much bigger group that we're doing. That's the only one that I think would be kind of hard to go through this process, because for them to come, I mean, my understanding is that motorcycle ride stops at all these different events, and so having that group have to come in and do this whole nonprofit thing would be tough.
Oh yeah, and the Drift In, I will tell you now, does not make money off of that event. That money all goes back to them.
No. And
money goes back to the motorcycle club.
Mm-hmm. Goes back to the firefighters.
Goes back for Christmas.
And so maybe we put a threshold of, you know, if it's 100%, you know, if we can validate that there's no profit. I don't know. I think if I know there's always been questions about that, but I think locally, you know, your example of the college, if the college does the event application, then that's real clean.
I feel like we will lose a lot of fundraiser events if this happens downtown. Anyways, they will go somewhere else and raise their money somewhere else, because the whole point of a fundraiser event for these nonprofits is to get money that they don't have already.
So what we do agree with is a strict for-profit event with no charity involved. Then we're good there.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Okay.
If they're just out to make profit for their,
I mean,
then yeah.
Yeah. I think the carnival or a car dealership or something like that, you know, somebody's, you know, got a Blend-O-Matic festival, you know. So, What is council's pleasure?
On.
I mean, and we're just looking for direction. We're not looking for a
Maybe we should
vote.
do this process of elimination. We already did one, right? So
Yeah.
it's just the for-profit for sure. So I may have missed something when I stepped out, but what was the question?
So
we agreed to the city-only event, the nonprofit partnership event, and the nonprofit only event. We're at for-profit event with fundraiser event.
So we're, yeah, and
Well,
so.
I don't remember the discussion about the nonprofit only event, because that's a sticky wicket with the chamber. Because the chamber is a nonprofit that is for the betterment of the community and for economic development, but they have vendors there that make profit.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you deal with that? Because
Yeah, that's like,
a
that's the reverse of,
nonprofit-
that's the reverse of this, is you're a for-profit doing the non, and they're a nonprofit doing the for-profit.
Can we have a shared cost in something like that?
Well, I think they pay it now, don't they?
Yeah, no,
those
they
costs.
pay for the overtime, they pay for the trash, which, you know, they're really good about that.
Okay.
There's not much burden at all on the city for doing Apache G. And we don't have any say other than, you know, safety concerns.
Well, what about the home tour? Do we do anything? I know we
clean up the city a lot and do that. I don't think there's. Is John something?
No, we actually provide them with some cones, but they actually send those out at their stops.
okay. So it's not a burden on us. Yeah. Okay.
Because it's springtime.
Mm. Yeah. Okay.
But Public Works spends weeks.
But and what John is really good about doing is, okay, so when there's an event around Mountain, he focuses his cleanup right before that. If there's an event coming home, you know, he focuses the work he does. He tries to time with the beautification of the city and the event. And it's all, I love the home tour because it's just spring cleaning. It's spring cleanup time. Let's all just get out there and. Bzz.
So I think let's go through them and make sure we understand them, and let's find out which direction we want to go with them.
So city event only, and the city's going to pay for the overtime.
Yes.
Okay. Non-profit city partnership events where we're partners in the advertising and have some.
And that we have a say so. I think, I don't know, I agree that we should have some kind of a seat at the table too, if we're a partner with them.
Well, let's call it.
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
my.
I agree.
So there we're at free, okay. And so then the only two left, if there is a nonprofit event where they don't want to use us for advertising, they just want to come in and they want to use us to set up the barricades and provide security. Do you want to ask them for pay either the full ride with benefits or just the hard costs? And I would recommend just the hard costs.
Hard costs, I think, would be okay.
Okay.
What's it? I mean, what? Say that again.
He's wanting them to pay the benefits and the hourly pay.
The true cost, the cost for, if they need to have an area blocked off by John's crews and they got to get up, you know, Saturday morning and set that up and then pull those down, and it takes two guys 2 hours, that's 4 hours, and 4 hours in the evening, that's 8 hours. So it's 8 hours of overtime for those employees. That would be the hard cost. We're not going to worry about benefits. We're not going to do about the truck, do fuel, anything like that. Just the additional money that goes on their paycheck that week. So, and they always have that option of partnering with us, and they can eliminate that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If say they do an event and they need some of that snow fencing, or they need a barricade or cones, if they go through some kind of training through John's department, would they then be able to set it up for themselves and go to the place and pick it up for themselves?
We had the stage. The stage was, as I recall,
and not have to pay any costs.
There was no cost to using it, but if you didn't set it up right, it wasn't safe and moving it around. I know. I think we were worried about if we're going to loan them like the barricades, which we hope to talk about tonight. Then I don't know they'd have the equipment or the wherewithal. I mean, the training, they'd still have to have a front end loader or a lift to do that. I think like snow fencing, I don't think John needs to set it up. I think that, you know, I don't see them crossing a street or, you know, setting up barricades to close down a street. But we want to lower the cost to the people as much as we can. And if I was a nonprofit.
Tracy there, and she does an event every year, and she uses snow fencing.
Mm-hmm.
So if she needs the snow fencing, now she's gonna have to pay overtime for Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah. But I will tell you, like, we are, on the agenda is to buy the barricades, and we're not gonna, the barricades are gonna either sit there, or they're gonna sit on Broad Street, you know, with water. We're not gonna charge for the wear and tear, the amortize the cost of the wear and tear on that. We're not gonna do that. Just like we're not gonna worry about the pickup truck that they drive back and forth, you know, the fuel. So I think, now, but I think we worry about liability-wise if we're having them set it up and it doesn't get set up properly and something happens. I think we just feel more comfortable if we do that. But if we can minimize that, if we can get somebody to, you know, I don't know what way, and we always, I mean, these people would rather make it shorter or faster. If we could stage the stuff there during the regular time, and then just come in on Sunday and set it up and move it off Monday morning or something when the crews come in. I know a lot of times we try to pick up the final cleanup on the Monday morning. So then for nonprofit event with nonprofit only, no partnership, then we're at the hard costs. Is that where? Okay. And then the for-profit event with fundraising, and I think that the safe thing is to have that nonprofit, you know, do the switcheroo and do that application, and then if we want to partner with the city, we can do that. I'd like time to think about the fireman's run, because I think that's the biggest one that I can't, my brain is fried. I can't come up with a solution to that. I'm sorry.
But the Oktoberfest one would be what you're suggesting, if I understand this.
And who the partners in Oktoberfest is? The college?
Carly's and the Carl.
Yeah. And so you just have the college do the application.
Would pull the app, and then they are the nonprofit or the fundraiser part.
Yeah. But then if the city partners in that, then everything's free.
And if not,
But if not, then there's gonna be a minimum charge for the staffing time.
It would be.
Well, yeah, but we need to be real clear. Yes, it would be, but we need to be real clear so the people understand how to apply. Because that question posed to me, how do we know how to apply?
Yeah,
You know, I mean, we don't need gray areas.
Do I stand here and say we're making things simpler? No, we're trying to, it's very simple to have things vague. Okay.
I agree with that.
Okay. But that's where consistency goes out the window. We want to make this tight, firm, and so people know what they're up against. And so, but yeah, not hand-holding, but sitting down, educating people, especially the first time, you know, have a standardized thing, they can reuse it. I think we definitely would be happy to coach these people through this process and let them know. And I mean, I do this. I mean, every time I go to Jack in the Box, it's like, or no, Taco Bell. So if I get 3 hard-shelled tacos and I want a drink, is it cheaper to get the combo? Or, you know, this is what we can help them do. You know, help them configure this for the lowest price, the lowest cost. If you want to, you know, you're not really doing much advertising, and we kind of love the event. So if you want to, you know, just call us your partners, and we're good to go.
But there's a caveat to this, because didn't we start this whole discussion with you guys, the city may not actually want to be part of the event?
No, that's yeah. There's a beauty. So okay, yeah, and somebody may not want to have it, and then there may be people come in. You know, Arizona Atheists may come in and want to do something. We're like, yeah, or you know, there are people that may not want to partner with us, and people we may not want to partner with them.
So what's the guidelines that we don't want to?
We go back to our core guidelines. Glad you asked. Okay, which is
just do this on a case-by-case basis.
Creates business activity, enhances quality of life, community, showcases the city. I think having a Satan festival in the city of Globe is probably not going to showcase. But like, I'll tell you, there are many cities that would not showcase medical marijuana or any marijuana, but we are agnostic, I think, on marijuana, but we're business friendly. We see cha-ching, and we're like, bring your marijuana here, we'll help you grow. And you know, so I think, yeah. I mean, we've heard this from the industry. We have a reputation as, if you want to come and you want to get processed a medical marijuana growth facility, we are not going to stand in your way. The people who did this out the bowling alley said it'd be 2 years to do it there, and they got it done here in 2 months and less. And that's a good thing. So, you know, there's things that other cities may really embrace, and we don't, you know. But I do think that we need to choose the partner. I mean, you'll know a partnership shouldn't have happened when the phone call rings and Facebook lights up, you know. And so we're trying to predict trouble in the future. So then the for-profit event with With an event fundraiser, we're doing at hard cost.
No, not with a fundraiser.
No, the
The
fundraisers,
wrong slide up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at my little thing.
I thought we weren't with a fundraiser.
Determining.
gonna have the nonprofit pull the permit, so.
Right. So no, and I think that's I remember, I know where I'm at. So I think pretty much any for-profit with fundraiser, we get the fundraiser to pull the profit, and then we come back and try to find a way. One of our slides talks about I'm not going to change the slides. Historical issues. I think historical partnerships too. I think for the historical partnership with the motorcycle thing, I think we need to do a stipulation in there. Okay, and then of course, so pure events going to happen anyway, like the graduation and the homecoming parade, and I think of other things, some of the veteran stuff, they're going to happen. We're just going to do it. So we'll be there. Okay. So let's
When we
move on
talk
to-
about hard costs, can we, and Chief Robinson had a suggestion on that also, is we only recover so much. I know there's time and a half built into it, but if we charge them just the full time and the city ate the other half time, is that a possibility?
Yes.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, wait. Say that again.
That if we had time and a half that they were covering the hard costs, that being a partner, that they would pay the straight time, and we would cover the half time
For partnerships.
with a for-profit.
For-profit with a fundraiser.
For-profit just doing an event, just to be good partners with an event.
Okay.
If they're bringing an event and we share some of those costs with them, I don't know if that's.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Yeah, they're coming to our town, buying our gas, shopping at our stores and staying at our hotels.
If I may, in a case like that, I think through communication and dialogue, we could offer them a partnership and they get even more than that, the half.
Well, if they're a for-profit, we have to be careful about gift clause issues.
Oh, yeah.
And so, but if we can put measurable direct. I mean, if you bring a car dealership here and you set up on the lot, and I remember they did that one time. We're going to get TPT for whatever is sold, and so there is a small amount there that we can claim is that. So we're benefiting ourselves for that. But that one gets dicey in trying to document that in case we get challenged.
Right.
But what were you going to say?
As far as the paying, like for the cops, you're either paying them time and a half through the city, or the company, whatever company it is paying them direct, whatever amount that we set up. And they're an independent contractor. We're not paying PSPRS on that. That doesn't go towards the retirement. And it's a negotiated thing that we would, like Paul and I would sit down and look at what the compensation is for other agencies and stuff like that for that, and they'll pay them direct. Now, on top of that, they would pay us, the city, for every hour, $4 an hour for workers' comp and $6 an hour for a vehicle, if we had a vehicle out there, just to cover the officer. That's how that would work. If that I would recommend, but if the city wants to do it differently, it's however you want to do it. But that allows us not to have to bill them. They're required to pay the officer direct.
On the for-profit.
Right.
But we'd still be charging time and a half.
No. They would be hiring me as an independent contractor. I just get the benefit of wearing this uniform and going out in a company car, and then they would pay the city for if I have to have a car, if it's traffic control, or I needed a car to help block the street because it's an event in the street, or something like that, and then the workers' comp stuff.
Would that be a set amount, or would it be?
Set amount.
It would be a set amount.
And where I come from, it was negotiated with in labor associations. Here, we would look at it and try to be competitive to whatever the other agencies and stuff are doing.
Because we want to encourage those for-profit events too.
Oh, yeah.
We really do.
Right. As much as we can, but again, just as long as we stay within the boundaries of gift clause.
Yeah.
And council has the ability, clearly you all know this, but like where I come from, there wasn't like a line in the sand on all this stuff. The chamber event, the Oscars Festival, I mean, we ate a lot of that. The organization did. Some of the downtown events, we ate all of it. The organization did, and happily. I mean, that's because it was a key event for the community. And then there's other events that maybe in their first few years are not really, don't know if we're going to take off or not. And then 5 years down the road, you decide, no, this is really a key event. We need to be partnered with that, and then take it on. So it's really up to you on how you want to address these specific events.
So I have a comment. So I would ask that, well, my input is that we use true cost reflective of our communities, demographics, economics, and size, not comparable to down in the valley, because you can't compare a city of 350,000 to 7,500 here in Globe.
Well, we would use,
or based on what we pay.
the cost that would be used would be the going market price for these cops working for these independent contractors down in the valley, because those same independent contractors are charging people up here for it. Not the same as like what Chandler charges for their officers or what Scottsdale does or any, but the independent contractors and stuff, what you're looking at. That's what they're hiring up here right now. And that would be a recommendation. The final for it would be, he's over this side.
Okay.
We're really up to Paul and on what we set.
I mean, I think we need to be competitive with, with these vendors that come in and do this. But what's the rest of council on that? Do we discount it?
I feel like we're rushing to solve a problem that actually doesn't exist, and so that's my concern. We're trying to draft all these rules to try to think of every possible situation when we don't have people beating down our doors to put events on here. And I just feel like the more practical way is to look at it on a case by case and
on the for-profit.
Yeah, I mean,
and what staff worries about is consistency and treating everybody fair. And if we start off high, and then all of a sudden we come in, low on that because that didn't work so well,
Right, but you're painting this box, and you're basically saying if you don't fit in the box, then you can't do nothing. I'm like, oh man, is that really where we want to be?
No, who wants to fit in a box?
Well, I mean, every time you pass a law or an ordinance, you're creating a new law.
But if you leave it wishy, then we end up with inconsistencies and upset people.
Are people beating down our doors now?
No, but the best time to do it is before they're beating down the doors, so we have it in place when they get here.
Or they'll never come here because it looks pretty complicated and costly and.
Well, I mean, I don't think people are I'm going to throw an event and then they see the application or the cost and say, no, we're not going to do it. I mean, if you're a for-profit, you got to run the numbers, So, but I think. So is tonight the best night to figure out the number to charge for the off-duty? Maybe I think that one we can punt.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's punt that one because.
Let's move that. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll come back with some more research and deal with that in a.
And I think before you move on, you need to get. I think you need to get independent opinion on whether we have a seat at the table, because I think we only heard from two of us, and we didn't hear from the rest. If we're partners, that we have a seat at the table for planning an event. If we're going to be partners, do we want to require to have a seat at the table? And I think we only heard from two of us, and I think which is only fair that the other four also have their opinion.
Okay, so with among council, where is council at on the shared input and event planning or any other version of a seat at the table? And like I say, this is two people haggling out. It's not like I'm going to force you, I'm going to pull your permit, anything like that. We think the event would be a stronger, better event because we just, we're offering that up. And the biggest thing that I fear is that these things happen without us being they're invited or able to they just make these decisions. And I think we're doing that a lot already, because Dale's been at the Downtown Association. Halloween, I think we do that. But I would like to leave that in there as saying, if you want to do a partnership, we'd like to have some input and have you open to our input. And then it's just like, you know.
What's your opinion, Jesse?
I think it's already in good form. I mean, you already are there, so you already have that say. So if it's for public safety, of course they're gonna apply with public safety. But I don't want you to tell her how to make the bunny hop.
And I don't want to tell her. I want to say, would it be not a better way to make the bunny hop this way?
Okay.
And then we work it out.
Public safety and in good form.
So we no voice on.
No, I think if it's in good form, it's okay. But I don't want this big fist to come down and say,
Oh no, good partners don't use fists.
Okay.
Okay.
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
Mike, what do you?
I think input's the key word.
Yeah.
Input. Okay.
We're not telling
No.
anybody what to do,
No.
how to do it. We're just sharing our experience, expertise, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Not demanding,
I
but
think any other group will frown upon that. I've been fighting the light parade thing for years.
Yeah.
I fought with you 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And a certain individual said, there's absolutely no way we can turn direction and go all the way down.
Well, in Halloween
1 year later, we did it.
Yeah. And Halloween going, remember Halloween going to Yuma?
Stop at Mesquite.
Yeah. So, and that wasn't a safety issue. That was just an equity issue.
Input.
Yeah.
For money. Right.
It's very labor intensive.
Oh,
You want to come up
mayor.
here? You know, I'm not going to be the, you know, if you want to say more, feel free. If you know.
I'll just say a quick. Okay. As a nonprofit, too, you know, and we're so thankful for the bed tax. We haven't always had that opportunity, so we try to do things from nothing, like nothing. What can we do from scratch, from nothing? So a lot of the events we plan, we try to see the least amount of volunteers, the least amount of money, the least amount of all of this. So, you know, we rely on the barricades and we rely on the grace of the King's round table of the special events meeting. It didn't used to, when I first started doing events, we went to the city manager and sometimes he'd forget and you'd have 2 events going on and we'd beg the police to get barricades. So in the progression of it all, having the round table and being able to talk with all the departments, you finally see what they're getting. So, you know, sometimes when we know, okay, I've only got 20 volunteers to deal with, and, you know, and honestly, if you talk to the Downtown Association Board with the light parade, that was one of the considerations. When you turn it around, you have less staff. You don't have to have heavy on one end, but working together, you know, we realize it is a lot of staff, but it does flow. And so, okay, that was a hard win for all of us, but we do try to work with as least amount as possible as we can. You know, we don't mind a seat at the table. We want to talk. We want to have that interaction. But there, again, gray area. Sorry. There might be a gray area of, I'm just going to look, you know, Halloween. I'm going to come to you and you've been doing a fun little Halloween, but we really want to completely change it. I don't foresee that with this council, but with a rule in place, maybe next council, I don't know. I just want to make sure that some of the lines are more defined between all of us. Because even like a gray area for me would be filming. You know, we need barricades. You know, John, we've had a lot of events where, let's do a car chasing. Surprise, we didn't know it was coming. We want to be pro filming, but so maybe it's an independent film or it's a SAG low budget film where maybe we all want to, you know, we can partner on that. And we didn't have 5 months to plan it versus a Warner Brothers coming downtown. Please close downtown for a month or, you know, whatever. There's some, I guess there's gray areas to everything. But the more rules that we have, the more we can't discuss it. So maybe a longer lead time, because right now it's 30 days before an event to look at it. So you've already had to promote it and put your money out and put your name out there to you know, like Ghost of Globe. I've already got the advertising out for Ghost of Globe. If something completely changes and I couldn't afford to run it, I need to know that as soon as possible. So maybe a longer threshold of dialogue on them. And again, the historical events, I understand that, but someone new coming in, they would want a menu of, okay, I didn't know how much this was going to cost or what have you. It would be nicer to approach it, because we want to shine. We want Globe to shine. We want to be together on these things. You know, we don't want to feel like we're always going to get in trouble and get hit with a stick.
Well, and all good points, and it's tough to write a policy. I mean, we've been making kind of, you know, when I first came here, it's like, well, where does it say that we have to do this? It's like we've always done it that way, and so we get ourselves in trouble. So putting this policy seems like we're tightening it down and getting more strict and everything like that. But I think once it's in there, we can adjust and make sure that it's adaptable. On the issue of movie stuff, I think that we should have a standalone policy. I mean, if Warner Brothers wants to come here and do a chase scene and they want 48 hours notice and we can pull it off, I think we should. I think the what's gained by a movie, I don't think that should be constrained by this special event thing. That's more of that's a different thing. So just so you know, I think.
Well, just because every time we have a film,
I would, but I would be happy for some type of exception that on the time-wise. If you want to come and speak, okay, come. But yeah, movies, you know, we'll move heaven and earth.
Because I've lost my voice and I'm freezing to death. My name is Carolyn Sue Jones, and I'm the president of Globe Miami Community Concert Association, and I appreciate, Mr. Mayor and council members, the opportunity to address you. And actually, I was asked to be here by Linda Ottonetto. She sent me a text and said, you know, please come tonight because they're going to address this issue. And what I thought I was going to say is now different from what I had planned, because I hear your questions, and you have some excellent questions and some excellent remarks. One of the best things I heard you say is the application should give you the branching flow chart where you decide where you fit. So we are the Community Concert Association of the concerts that are causing some of this problem, and I feel like a fallen woman. And I also feel like I would never do this again for that reason. So I'll tell you how all this came about, and you can figure out how the process works and how it doesn't work. 2 years ago, 2 days before the grants were due for United Fund, Linda Ottonetto and I were working because I didn't understand some of the questions, and I said, I want to do this right or we won't get the money. So she said at the time, how would you feel about partnering with the City of Globe and the Downtown Association and doing some concerts downtown? And since I've been jealous that Miami's been doing that for years and didn't understand why Globe didn't, I said, well, actually, as an individual, I'd be real interested in that. So in 2 days, I had to go find all of my board members and get them to decide whether they wanted to commit to that, and then enter that into the United Fund application. So that's how we first got started in it, and our agreement, which I don't think we ever put on paper, and now I would never do that again. But the agreement was that the Community Concert Association would ask for the money and that we would find the musical groups that would entertain. The Downtown Association, and Molly is on both boards, so she has to keep changing hats, but that the Downtown Association would provide the venue, which is the depot, and that the city would provide the insurance and the security and the barricades. And like I said, we never did, I don't think, an IGA, and I sort of regret that. And we did our whole season last year without incident or without any kind of concern. But this year, and I think I never saw the incident, but apparently there was somebody at one of the concerts who actually had a bottle of wine and wine goblets, and somebody questioned that and came and asked me about it. And I said, well, talk to Linda Ottonetto, because she's actually from the city and she can probably address that question and can tell you to whom you need to ask it. So after that, Linda and Molly and I met again, and a suggestion had been that we have a beer garden. Well, I went back to my board, and my board voted 17-1 that we did not want a beer garden because of exactly, you got to understand, my dad was the county attorney, my dad was the attorney for the city of Globe, and I was married to a police officer. So I have a great deal of paranoia for liability. So as soon as they said beer garden, I'm thinking, no, don't bartenders get in trouble for giving people too much beer and then they go home and have a wreck and they get sued? So I'm sitting there thinking, poor little Globe Miami Community Concert Association getting sued for something like that. We don't want to play anymore. So we said, no, we weren't interested in doing the beer garden idea. So then Linda had mentioned, well, this was a possibility and asked me to come tonight, you know, to address this. But I also, because of my paranoia, I am unclear on what our partnership actually means. So that, let's say, for example, if the Downtown Association got a city liquor license as per what Risa talked about, and something went wrong, is Community Concert liable because we're in partnership? And I think the question has to be, what is your liability? What is our liability? What is Downtown Association's liability? And how does all our liability affect each other? And my guess is you're not going to solve that tonight. I keep sitting back there thinking, they need a work session real bad. But that's because I've sat through a lot of school board meetings. But so anyway, I checked with my insurance agent that has the community concert insurance, and she told me very distinctly, you're fine where you are now, but if you add alcohol to the mix, we will not cover your insurance anymore. So I was very concerned about that, and I'm actually concerned to the point, and Molly turned around and said to me, you know, this is going to scare people, and the truth is it is, because I am very close to calling United Fund when I get home. Well, I'll wait till tomorrow morning, they're probably sleeping now, and saying, look, take that part of the request out, because I really do not want to incur that liability. And I didn't ask for that liability. You know, when I came to this, we were asked to partner with the city. We didn't come up with the idea ourselves. And so I'm getting panic-stricken, you know, hearing what's going on and thinking, okay, this could mean the end of our association. And our association is really just here to provide quality music entertainment. And I thought it was great when we started doing the summer things, because I thought it was wonderful watching people come together down there and people dancing and people meeting each other. However, at the July 6th concert, I had a text from Linda that said, you need to know. And it was about, I think, 3 hours before the concert, Molly and I got a text that said, you need to know that if there is any open container, that people will be cited. Well, 3 hours doesn't give you much time to get the word out. So actually what I did was walked around the concert and said, excuse me, if you have any alcohol, you know, in your container. I got a text that people would be cited. So I'm asking you, if you have any in there, please don't take it out. You know, and people were very nice about it, you know, and I explained that there was an issue of a possible beer garden, but that we really didn't want that, and that sort of thing. So we've been through kind of a hard thing about this, and we never meant for it to go this place at all, because when we started this, it never even occurred to me that people would be drinking down there. I thought they would just come and listen to the music and dance. So does that kind of put a face on some of what he's trying to solve and what you have asked? Because the gray areas are complicated, and right now I feel like I'm in the middle of a really creepy gray area, and I'm sort of sorry we ever got into this.
Well, no, don't be sorry.
I feel guilty like a fallen woman, you know, it's like, oh, we're bad, when we weren't bad before.
I'd like to address it. Let me just go ahead and stay there.
Oh,
okay.
great.
But
I want out. No.
the partnership with the city is independent of the situation with a concert with no permits whatsoever and people bringing alcohol. Okay, we didn't want to go ahead and just go in there and you know, if the police chief is there and he sees it, if he was in the daytime and he saw somebody that was doing that, he would do the same thing. He has to be consistent about that. So it's not the partnership of the city that makes it good or bad, or we would be enforcing that if you were on your own. If you're partnering with the downtown association, we still would have to enforce this. With the gray area is we just never addressed this. Not that we looked the other way, we just didn't even think that much about it. And I think people, the success, we're a victim of our own success in that now people are coming and showing up, and what do you do? I mean, at a concert.
They behaved perfectly well because I called people, I texted, because some of my friends are there's a group down there that's, I think, part of the drinking group. And I texted them and I said, here's what's going to happen tonight, you know, and they just said thank you and didn't, I mean, I don't care if the event's dry. I'm there for the music.
And that's what the liquor person said. It's not your responsibility to enforce liquor law. If you're having an event that's not qualifies with an application from the city for BYOB, then we're happy to come in, and if we see it, we'll take care of it. But I don't think that's going to send the best message for the city in that, and that's why we'd like the partnership or the consideration to have you state that it's not there's no liquor involved, and encourage people not to do that, and ask them to put it away. And make it a family-friendly event. I think prior years we just didn't think about it, we didn't address it, but we have to. We can't look the other way.
Oh, no, I'm with you too. And my real concern is if they do go for asking for a liquor permit, I'm not sure we want to be a part of a liquor permit.
Well, if it and the impact.
I'm saying the clear other part. You know.
Well, and I mean, if we were to partner, we would do a group application. The city and you would be listed as a partner, and we would do the city permit to get the clearance for the liquor. But when we get to the liability, that's the biggest headache, because the fact, if it is a liquor event, the insurance that you're going to have to buy is going to be more expensive, and if it's really not the core piece of that, then you may want to go with a non-alcoholic event and just state in the material this is non-alcohol, and you'll be asked to put it away if we see it, and show an effort to do that. Dale, did you want to add anything on this, or are we good?
Yeah, from our standpoint, it's not, we're not asking that you have to get a liquor license or not, or you have a liquor there or not. That's completely up to you, the event planner.
Around and around.
But if you don't have the permit, then you've got to do something because you know it's coming and historically been there. We're asking that you do something to get the word out, not to have it, and then we'll address it from there.
Right. Well, and actually it hasn't historically. I think the history lies in Miami, because last year was our first year of ever doing this, and so I think that's where the setup came from, is that the Miami events have kind of been.
So there's been
we don't see it, you know, so it's okay. Yeah. And I didn't even think about it last year, and it wasn't mentioned, but this year with all of this, and like I said, it leaves me kind of gun shy to even try to do it.
The work that we did with Liquor Board, and the intent behind that was to provide the city and the Downtown Association and you a pathway to accomplish what it is that is actually going on.
Yep.
But it prevents us from having to take any type of action because it falls within the legal guidelines set forth by the state. And so that's the idea behind it. We were trying to help you achieve that, but it's really up to you and the Downtown Association and I guess the city, whether or not you want to have alcohol there or not, or get the permit or not. But I just wanted to make sure that you had the avenue and the pathway of accomplishing that.
Right, and I understand that. And because I know that if we do the alcohol thing, we're going to have to find money for security. We're going to have to find money for...
No, you won't.
Not for the BYOB, no.
We don't do security at the softball fields and stuff like that. This is BYOB, and I will have guys just do
iron out
and
discuss
now, you
those
would be
things.
responsible, to call us if you have an issue or something, but it's not like you're serving or you're selling or anything like that. It's just it's going to the ball game and you're part of the league and you're having a beer type of thing. And so and the individuals, the participants that you had down there were extremely low key. It just gives them the legal ability to have a cold frosty beverage or a goblet of wine and visit with folks and listen to music, as opposed to they're selling or maybe an event like they're doing down the Drift or some of the downtown events that we have where we have an enclosed area. So that's the idea behind it, just giving you the pathway to accomplish it.
Right. And like I said, we really
Yeah.
don't really want the alcohol.
Well, and so, and I don't want to discourage, I mean, we definitely sit down with the special event and Linda and tweak this to get it to where you're comfortable and we're comfortable. I think there's a pathway. Council, comment on the exchange we just had here.
Everybody gets sued. Ask Tommy. That's why they got Jane Doe 1 through 24 on the sheet.
Well, I think we just need to, I think we're going around in circles in all this right now, and we're not accomplishing anything. I don't know if we need to
I think-
bring this back and yeah, it just to a point where we're just circling around and we're not getting anything, any decisions made.
I think this was important so council could hear this. We invited people to make sure that.
No, and it was good to hear what they had to say.
So let me try the lightning round. If we hit a roadblock, then we'll just stop.
I don't want to make a policy in a lightning round.
No, but go through. I'd like to get the first.
We've been on this for 2 hours.
I know, but and that's fine. We can.
Point can we?
Then we can pick it up.
Advice and do
Yeah.
a work schedule and
So-
table this for later.
No, we'll just table it and we'll pick it up on 13th. Okay.
I mean, but then
What's going to change on the 13th?
I don't know. You'll be more awake. I mean, not burned out on it. I mean, I don't. I'm
going around and around and around in circles. There's nothing.
I mean, we can just finish the policy and bring it to you, but I don't think that's what you want
that's why
either.
I'm saying, can we just table it and make a schedule a work session and really just go through this whole thing?
Okay, and so I'd be happy to do that. Would you daytime, nighttime? What kind of?
Daytime, so we're not here till midnight.
Yeah.
Better not be on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, or Wednesday, or I'm not coming.
Okay. Okay. So.
How about a task force? You get a couple people that are interested that can work on it a little bit longer and bring recommendations.
There you go.
We can do that.
So what's council's pleasure? Would you like to table this and reschedule it for a daytime standalone work session?
Well, who can go on a daytime work session?
I think if we schedule a couple of council members that are willing to put in the time to meet with our special events and iron this out and then bring back the recommendation to council.
Okay.
I think we've heard from Molly, we've heard from Carolyn, and I think those are important messages too.
No, that's a good idea.
I think if a couple of us are willing to put the time and effort into this, I think it's important that we set up the guidelines somehow.
Okay. So, and be happy to do that. Does council want to, any volunteers?
We'll work for beer.
Tell me what day I'll be there.
Okay, so, okay, so Mayor, I saw 4 hands.
Oh, you got 4?
So, yeah, so I have Freddie, Fernando, Jesse, and so I don't,
But we need to be willing to be flexible and to get this done. I think meet in the next 2 weeks to get this thing ironed out. Before our next meeting, we really need to sit down and get it ironed out with the special events. Well, we have a great, excellent special event committee.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of expertise there.
Yep.
And they're really, we rely on them.
And that's fine. And so Mayor, who'd like to have on that?
Well, how many do we want on there?
We can't have more than 3, because then you have a quorum and you gotta.
Who would want to do it? Who can commit in the next 2
I
weeks?
would be interested just because I do so many special events.
Me.
Okay, so I guess it'd be Freddie, Fernando, and Jesse.
It's a lot of Latinos on one board.
Can you say quinceañera?
I was saying.
Could have had 4.
We're gonna do those rocks, those ADOT rocks.
Okay, so then, Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
Okay. So we'll go to C, consideration to appropriate funds in the amount of $8,000 excluding sales tax for the purchase of Jersey berries from account 11-80-51290 Herf Street repair material. John?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Public Works would be happy to have 20 Jersey barriers. I don't know how, they're about 350 each. They do qualify as HERF funding, so we'd like to pay for them right out of the HERF funding, because we did get that extra 197,000 from HERF. And then we've already talked about, if we were to use them for special events, we wouldn't do anything different about that. If you have any additional questions, I have John here to answer that, or I can take a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Freddie, wait, Freddie has
I
a.
did have a question.
Freddie, go ahead.
So, and this is to John. I looked over the agenda item. Do we have the means to transport these? And I know that they're going to be either sand or water filled. Have you thought about that process and how that's going to be accomplished?
Yes, actually, Councilman, that was actually one of the things we went to going into this, is even per Jerry Barnes' recommendations, is do not put sand in them, because it makes it that much harder for maneuver them after the fact.
Right.
Because most of the time they were actually, I've even have an area to store these type of Jersey barriers. Not unfilled, they weigh 100 pounds a piece.
Right.
If you looked at the specs on those.
Yes, I did.
So we actually could put those on we have a big Tex trailer, so you can actually line those up and place those. For the events that we would place, we have fire plugs, and then we've got a loader that has forks on it. So we're actually, once they're actually filled, and if we need to do any maneuvering, we would have that. One of the things in going over the initial presentation was, council support, and, like Paul mentioned previous, as far as the overtime hours. We're trying to figure out what would it entail as far as having an operator, having somebody to drive the truck. Right. So all that does, I have considered all that. But one of the main things that, like I said, in support of our special events, one of the main key elements that I look at right now is not just for the public safety, is meeting the ADA requirements. Because there is ADA requirements when we're closing off sidewalks, as far as rerouting traffic and having, traffic along, adjoining vehicle traffic. So that's I've actually considered that a lot. This is kind of going into the continued traffic safety program that we've initiated a few years back, is getting the cones and the barricades and everything else that, bringing us up to where we should as far as requirements per the MUTCD standard.
So once you fill them, you can't move them, because that's going to be pretty heavy, right?
Oh, yes. Yes, I believe they're 1,600 pounds filled with water.
Right.
And it was 2,200 pounds filled with sand.
I mean, we're talking, so it's going to be filled and then dewatered after its use, right?
Yes, after
and we have the means for doing all that.
Yes, there's plugs on there. You actually, they comes with the wrench. You actually turn it, and then you can drain them out,
Every time.
every
It'd
time.
have to be every time.
Yeah, unfortunately, through downtown, if we're having any events, we do have fire plugs that we could access. So we really, it was brought up that possibly have the fire department, but I'm not initiating having the fire department go out there and use.
I just want to hear that you had considered all those obstacles, because, when I read it, water or sand, that means you're going to have to load it and dewater it or unload it after every use. So.
Yes,
I want to make sure we have the means for.
Yes, I would actually be per the event request, or going forward, areas that I would probably plan that accordingly, where to fill them and being able, because I really even feel that with the forks, we don't want to move something like that too much. It's not a concrete barrier; it's it's plastic, and they're different grades. I mean, that's one of the things that we looked at in the pricing, is getting the thickest grade that we possibly could, because I know
and as time goes on, it's going to get brittle.
Yes, it'll get brittle, and that's why I've actually have an area where I could store these already. So.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And John, just one question. This is federal law that we have to comply with about having Jerry barriers. We can't just put up snow fencing when they do an extension of premises, like in public areas.
Yes, that per the recommendation like I mentioned before, the MUTCD, that is a federal standard for highway traffic barriers, pedestrian traffic, and that's where it incorporates the ADA requirements of having a solid barrier, not just snow fencing or even barricades.
These interlock too. You set up to 8 or 10 or however many, and they interlock into each other, and so now there's not better public safety. There's not better public safety than these barriers. Certainly, snow fence isn't any comparison.
You bet, and it protects them from intrusion into the place, but it also protects if you got somebody out there that may be drunk and leans on that snow fence and he's going out the other way. It's not gonna hold him at all.
Yeah.
And going forward with a lot of the events, I can actually see utilizing these, as opposed to, previous and historic events where street closures, we use the big 3 panels that are required, but also these have the light additional. You can put the additional lighting, which we do have some solar lighting that I utilize currently for our, traffic devices, and then also the reflectivity, which we actually have in our sign shop now.
Good deal.
So do we have a motion to move this forward to the next meeting?
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor,
Oh, did you?
yeah, if you'd like to waive the rule, we can do that.
Or do you want to add the waiver rule and
Yes.
go ahead and go through the purchase of them?
Yes, my motion is to waive the rule and purchase tomorrow.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, approval of purchase of Jersey barriers in the amount of $8,000 using HERF money. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you, John. We've got action items. It's a presentation, consideration of possible approval of Globe City Council 3-year
I
strategic
can do this
plan.
presentation in 4 slides, and it's gonna be fast. Okay, so, no.
Don't jinx it.
Just trying to get the information out there. So the history. We did the council retreat and the special meet, the town halls. We came up with a strategic plan put together with the help of the RCAC on April 24th, 25th. Again, this talks about the 2 town halls facilitated by council, and we got residents' feedback. Community priorities were included in that, and what we ended up with. The most important slide is the evaluation and monitoring, and so I'll focus on this. I think if you want to come back and talk about this more, I'm happy to. I don't want to go through all these things. I think the most important thing is this gives us vision of what you want staff working on, and lets us focus and make those decisions easier. And then the report card, the metrics, reporting back, so council can see where we're making progress on these key council initiatives. So we will put together the metrics and quarterly presentations and make sure that if we're making progress, or if we're not making progress, or if we're stalled for some reason, or we have a win. You can focus on these, and we can and council can be proud of that and publicize those. And when the question comes, what's the city up to? We can point to some of these events that we have going forward. And then you can adjust and monitor and shift. And if we hit a roadblock, we can modify that. But I really believe that this gives us structure and something to shoot for. The hardest thing of any goal is figuring out what the goal is. Getting there is the easy part, and that's methodical. The goal is what we need. So you give us these goals, and we're going to fight like the dickens to achieve them in the time that we promise, or come back. But I think staff on down, I think we're real excited about this. So the questions or comments?
I think we committed a lot of time in our retreat and everything to make sure that we had these set in place, and I think it's important that we have some kind of way to measure it and keep us on track and make sure that we're accomplishing what we said we would.
Yeah. So August, September, October, by first meeting in October, we should roll out the first, where we are on these, and we'll try to find a way that we don't have to go through all. I can't remember how many, 54 of them we figured out with the goals and additional goals. But we want to highlight it. We want to get a sample. We want to make sure council knows what we're doing, and this gives us this is really helpful. I'm excited about this.
The webpage and everything else, so the public.
Yes, and exactly when you said that, this shows the public. We advertise this and we show this. This is what we're accomplishing. Right. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I agree with Mayor. We spend a lot of time working on this and putting it together. Not just us, council, but just staff. Everybody had a lot of good information. We had good training. And we had a good mentor on how to get where we are. And I think it's vital that we just continue this process and keep it moving forward, because I think that was a commitment from all of us to do that, and to highlight the accomplishments and to recognize the stalls is really important in keeping this plan going. I read the strategic plan from, was it 15, I believe it was? I can truly say that this council is committed to not only creating the plan, but seeing it through. So this is exciting. I really appreciate the efforts on this.
Do we have a motion to approve the strategic action plan?
Mr. Mayor, if there are other questions or comments, I motion that we approve the final Globe City Council 3-year strategic plan.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Item 7, any late agenda items that we have to
Mr. Mayor, members
present?
of council, I have no late agenda items.
Call to the public. I don't know if we have any public left. Scheduling the meetings?
No changes on that. We meet next regular meeting, August 13th. That's our next regular scheduled meeting.
Future agenda items then?
Anything council would like to add for the future list?
You're going to bring back the special events that'll be in the next one with the
Yeah,
task
no,
force?
that was part of the tabling motion. We'll get get with the 3 members and get them, we'll hash this out and then bring back an agreed upon product to streamline this.
And then designation recreation area, the train depot, is that what we're going to bring back to?
Wait, say that again.
Designation of the train depot
Yes.
area as a recreation area?
Yes, no, we will do that also. Make sure I got that one down.
Get them in the notes. Yeah. Should be a short one.
This rec.
What that's for.
Oh.
Okay. We got
Any other agenda items? Anybody have any other ones?
Thank you.
Make a motion that we adjourn into executive session?
And Mr. Mayor, it's council's prerogative. We were texting Bill Sims and I cut him loose about 9:30. And
Let's go with that.
yeah, so he couldn't stick it out and he's got to be up at 3:30. So
Okay. So I call a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
okay.
Second.
All those in favor signify.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Trish.